A legitimate taxi operator in the Virgin Islands must possess the following medallion accessories and compliance review documents. These include, if I may, the certificate of entitlement, an operator's badge, a business license for conducting business, Class C driver's license for operating, proof of insurance, current registrations, police record, traffic record, proof of citizenship, proof of residency, tax clearance, an executed lease agreement as applicable. The Taxi Cab Commission does not take these compliance authorization requirements lightly. The Commission has the authority to issue citations for any infraction and hold hearings for violations that include, but are not limited to, operating without a medallion or a Class C license, operating without a certificate of entitlement, without vehicle registration, or a Class C operator's license. Additionally, the list continues, misrepresenting oneself as a licensed operator, in other words, gypsy taxiing, not properly displaying a dome sign, an off-duty sign, a capacity sign, or a current fare schedule within the vehicle. Severe life violations would include misdemeanors or felonies. A third offense of any other relative offense to all applicable regulations may be tried at the Taxi Cab Commission. Penalties may include fines, suspensions, or revocation of a business license. Vehicle impoundment or referrals to the Department of Justice for further action. Passengers and road safety. We recognize that unregulated operators potentially lack proper insurance, vehicle inspections, and background checks. This increases the risk of accidents, assaults, and other safety incidents, not only for the residents, but for Virgin Islands visitors as well. Passengers that choose to utilize unregulated services are particularly at risk due to the absence of background checks that would typically be conducted at the TCC, vehicle maintenance standards, and accountability mechanisms that are required through the Class C licensing process. These unregulated operators may also contribute to traffic congestions at authorized taxi stand locations, contributing an additional hazard element to the industry and road safety. There is also an economic impact to these concerns. Legitimate taxi businesses suffer financially as illegal operators undercut prices without adhering to regulatory costs that are published by the Taxi Cab Commission through the issuance of tariff cards. It is also understood that due to the invasion of unlicensed taxi drivers, legitimate taxi drivers are potentially losing business, leading to tensions and confrontations between legal and illegal operators. The situation undermines the integrity of the transportation industry and affects the territory's tourism reputation, branding the tourism package with unsafe drivers. And the Taxi Cab Commission is committed to addressing the matter. While the Taxi Cab Commission is short-staffed Added assurance is usually provided with the staffing of officers and frontline staffers who are specifically assigned to complete thorough regulatory, enforcement, and public safety duties relative to the taxi enforcement as follows. Regulatory enforcement ensures taxi drivers comply with the licensing and medallion regulations required by law. It includes the inspection of vehicles for safety, cleanliness, and proper documentation. It enforces fair regulations and prevents overcharging or unauthorized services. Public safety and the law. The Taxicab Commission responds to complaints or incidents involving taxi operators or passengers. We investigate illegal taxi operations, and we collaborate with the Virgin Islands Police Department on traffic and safety issues. We assist in audits and compliance checks as required. And some of our administrative activities include filing reports on violations, incidents, and inspections, and also testifying at hearings, court cases, and other related taxi regulation violations. The Virgin Islands Taxi Commission officers are also expected to work in coordination with partner law enforcement agencies. As previously stated, VITC is committed to ensuring safe, accountable passenger service for residents and visitors in the territory. With this in mind, VITCC provides a formal complaint process by which residents and visitors involved in an adverse taxi experience may report the incident to the Commission. This process is initiated by the complainant with a report to VITCC. Depending on the nature of the complaint, the Commission then follows through as determined with investigations, administrative hearings, and potential disciplinary actions. And just as an example of what the process involves, it is initiated, as I mentioned, with the filing of complaints. The Taxicab Commission, and this is to summarize, reviews each complaint under our jurisdiction, and we investigate to determine whether this complaint is valid. We also have an administrative hearing to support this process, to support due process. And our outcomes include penalties and any fines associated with these infractions. And some of our penalties may include suspensions, revocations of the license or medallion, and mandatory refraining from operating. In some cases, the Commission may also recommend criminal charges if laws are broken. This complaint and enforcement process allows for due process and a transparent execution of the law. Now I'm going to discuss some of our challenges at the Commission. While the Taxicab Commission is committed to a stringent review and compliance enforcement process, there are challenges with its implementation and execution. These include insufficient personnel to conduct enforcement inspections and administrative duties. This delays in processing licensing and responding to complaints, again, due to the shortfalls of staff. The reduced capacity to monitor and regulate transportation services effectively, and the need for improved digital systems for licensing and enforcement. And another challenge, of course, is our budgetary constraints. I would like to suggest a few recommendations that may assist in improving the Taxi Cab Commission's operational capacity and enforcement staffing. VITCC recommends several solutions that will begin to pave the way for improved taxi operator oversight throughout the territory. Number one, we recommend the pooling of resources to implement consolidated policing services throughout the territory with the creation of memorandum of agreements and/or memorandums of understandings across the GVI to pool resources and improve efficiency in regulating infractions. VITC is currently in communications with the Virgin Islands Police Department to address enforcement gaps. Policy updates. There is a need for the update of current regulations that address and define operational boundaries and also consider other regulatory categories. Title III and all applicable laws may be revisited to address the reallocation of resources that would assist in addressing current challenges. Legislative support is needed. There is also a need for increased fees and penalties for illegal operators. Technology integration. Utilizing existing surveillance tools, and this is a new one, utilizing existing surveillance tools to help monitor illegal operators more effectively. And also, I think we've all touched on this before, the automation and modernization of the Taxi Cab Commission. VITCC is working to digitize operations to include a vehicle and medallion ownership database, electronic mail and filing share system, and to revamp our website to improve transparency and access. We also recognize the need to provide new avenues to create and invite legal operators within the taxi cab system. For example, the Taxi Cab Commission, in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism and the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, UVI South, as we all know it, is currently offering a taxi operators class that will be hosted in the very near future. Considerations for these classes and operators may be regulated by the Commission. Public awareness. The Taxi Cab Commission recognizes the need for public awareness campaigns to educate unsuspecting residents and tourists on how to identify legitimate operators. And of course, the need to augment staffing levels. VITCC has reviewed its vacancy listing and we begin to the process of hiring needed staff as budgetary constraints allow. Lastly, we recommend the increase of our budgetary ceiling. Increased funding will allow the Taxi Cab Commission to effectively address administrative, staffing, and technological challenges within the agency. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Smith,
Thank you
for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round. I have it in the order today: Senator Novel Francis, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Gittins, and then myself. Ms. Smith,
Yes,
before
sir.
I go to Senator Novel Francis Jr., what's the composition of the board? How many members?
9 members, sir.
9 members.
Well, that would be the recommended composition of the board. Currently, we have 5 members.
The last said 9 members. And
Well,
currently you have
5.
5. Who are the 5?
We have Sweeney Toussaint, if I may, sir.
Speak into the mic.
Okay, yes, sir. One moment. Sweeney Toussaint,
Toussaint,
Mr. Brathwaite, Ms. Myrna George as the secretary of the board. We also have, of course, our chair, Elizabeth Hanson Watley. There's one member that I'm missing, but I have that information available for you as well. But there are 5 members currently on the board.
any of these members' term have expired?
To my knowledge, possibly one.
Have we resubmitted to the governor or anything for them to serve again, or what's going on there?
To be honest, my focus was not on the structure of the board. It was more so on the operational activities and immediate concerns of the taxi cab commission and serving our clients in producing legitimate documents for operating and our staffing concerns. So I did not specifically focus on matters of the board.
Point of information, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, I'm here, present.
All right, please mark Senator Franklin Johnson present, Senator Gittins, and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Madam Clerk, what's the count now?
Mr. Chair, all members are present.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Smith, on the board members, I just wanted to know if there's Loretta Lloyd is a member of the board.
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Novel Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good morning to the Acting Executive Director, Melissa Smith. I chuckled at your last number 9 budgetary ceiling increase.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't think you know that revenues are down, and certainly increases going as we go through the budget cycle. We'll take a look at it, but we are challenged in terms of our finances. So that'll be an interesting discussion when that time comes.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to ask you, in your capacity as the acting executive director, do you have all of the authority for the day-to-day operation of the Taxi Cab Commission?
That would be correct, Senator.
And are you competing for the position? Is there a search for the position? What's happening in that space for permanency?
I'm not sure what's happening behind the scenes regarding the position, but after having taken the helm, I am very interested in the position. I think that I've naturally come to have a special affection for the TCC, and I am very committed to seeing it grow and flourish into the agency that it should be and deserves to be, not only for the staff that is employed now, but also for our taxi operators that deserve excellent service. So yes, I am
Excellent.
interested in the
So you have a
position.
perfect opportunity as the acting executive director to show your worth and make sure that you're, again, effectively carrying out the duties and responsibilities, and I'm sure your work will speak for itself at that time.
Yes, Senator.
So you spoke about this illegal taxi operators in your testimony. Well, what is the priority for enforcement, and do you believe that the Taxi Cab Commission have any culpability or responsibility for the illegal operations of taxi in the district?
Well, my recommended strategy, as you are aware, we are very short-staffed, unfortunately so, in our enforcement area. Partially due to retirement, and both have actually been due to retirement. That's what's on the record. And that has been prior to my stead with the agency. My strategy would be to bring law enforcement leadership into the agency. And I recommend, based on our vacancy listing, to hone in on the chief enforcement officer position that can then leverage other support and capacity in the areas of interagency coordination between VIPD and also providing recruitment leadership for the type of officers that we truly need at the Taxi Cab Commission. And that is really my vision. I think if we begin with that approach and to definitely provide an enforcement officer in the St. Croix district. That's the vision I see. And the reason I think that we should begin with leadership is because they are able to address all areas of enforcement, whether it's investigations, issuing citations, creating strong policies. That is where I would like to begin with the Taxi Cab Commission in regards to enforcement.
So recognizing the magnitude or gravity of this problem based on your testimony, can you point me to any of notice that have gone out to the public or those individuals that may be responsible for the illegal operation in terms of the taxi cab's position to deploy strong enforcement?
What we have had are normal citations that would go out on a routine basis. We do have some citations that the taxi cab, that our existing officer has shared and documented. Other strategy.
My question, Ms. Smith, I'm sorry. My question is in terms of notice. What notice, whether by press release, by flyers, by email, by Facebook posting, website posting, that speaks to the intent of the Taxi Cab Commission to ensure proper enforcement of these illegal operators?
That has not happened as yet, but in my listing of recommendations, that is actually one of them.
Let's move on. My time is running and I have plenty of questions.
Okay.
What about, how many citations have been issued in this area thus far?
Only 7, sir, for the year.
7. How many hearings?
No hearings because we haven't had any hearings yet.
And what is the outcome of those citations?
The outcome of those citations can be penalties, fines, or the revocation of operator privileges. But so far, based on the type of infractions which are private operators posing as approved vehicles for hire, and also
1 minute.
so far just fine penalties.
So out of the 7 citations have been issued thus far, how much fines have been issued, uncollected?
1 collected, 6 issues because we haven't had hearings in such a short time frame.
How much was that fine?
Pardon?
How much was the fine?
$150 for the fare infraction and $300 for the posing as an unregulated operator.
And that funding was collected and deposited into the government coffers?
The citations fees have not been collected as yet.
Why not?
We haven't had the hearings, but we can research to see if any other of the citations infraction fees have been paid.
Time.
I would have to research that.
Okay.
But one of them
Mr.
for
Chair,
certain has been paid.
Final question, if you'll allow it, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. You spoke about the training and the availability of training as well as UVI cell, and then you spoke about the class that will be starting in the very near future. Do you have a specific timeline in which these classes will start?
I have a projected timeline, Senator. So the class, late June, early July.
Okay. And my final question on this round is in respect to right share. Has there been any discussion by the commission or the board that you're aware of in regards to right share?
Not at this time, Senator.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. And I look forward to a second round if it's...
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator Noble Francis. So, Ms. Smith, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
You know 7 citations were given, but no hearing. But you know how much you're going to collect.
How much we would potentially collect, yes.
Anybody.
It's a protection
you-
because we have to by law have hearings.
So these conversations already been having, moving on. These conversations already been started with UVI as
Yeah.
to the next class, because
Yes,
a couple months
sir.
ago we had a long list of people trying to become taxi drivers, and I don't know what's happening. People want to come in the industry. We have people at night looking for cabs. We have, and we have this long list. So enlighten me this morning, what's going on with the listing, and your projected date don't work well like that. What did UVI say?
Thank you, sir. The projection that I gave is in coordination with UVI Cell, our board members, and all players in the relative to the class. So the projection is potentially the end of June, July. We have already vetted over 70 aspirants for the class who have presented all of the appropriate documents to become legal operators within the territory. And we are confident that there will be a class in all 3 districts, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And this is in collaboration with UVI Cell, Dr. McGrath, and the board.
Okay. I see you communicate often with the board?
Do I communicate often with the board?
Yeah, with the
Yes,
board
I
chair?
do, sir.
Good. So
We have an open communication line, and it's ongoing.
So in the absence of enforcement, have you reached out to the board chair to reach out to the different other law enforcement entities to see if we could have some type of MOU in place, to augment your shortage?
Yes, sir. We have recognized the shortage, and we have also listed that as one of our actionable items.
No. I know you recognize the shortage, but you
Yes, we
start
have.
having conversations with
Yes.
Lot 3. You start having conversations with VIPD. VIPD they short with manpower, but they have auxiliary officers. You start having
Correct.
conversations with licensing to see how
Correct.
they could assist,
So for
shop.
the record, Senator, we have initiated conversations with VIPD and DLCA as our initial partners to address our shortages. And in fact, I would say that the VIPD officers and our DLC officers have really been welcoming and warm in the regards to assisting us in certain smaller areas because they are short-staffed but the conversation will continue with the hierarchy for the implementation of those formal agreements that would make long-term commitments for the Taxi Cab Commission and law enforcement moving forward, because we intend to also be able to contribute to those agreements in assisting our partners as well.
How many vacancies do you have in enforcement?
How many?
Vacancies.
We have, I did bring my vacancy list, if I may, for just a moment. I'm 4, but I do have the listing with me.
And per district?
2 for St. Croix, 3 for St. Thomas, which also includes the chief. And I do have my vacancy listing here. So to be specific, we have a chief inspector.
Position. Position.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
That would be my priority position to fill. We do have another inspector enforcement position, vacant. Another taxi inspector. What's the total? Taxi inspector. That's 6. Seems to be 6.
6 positions for enforcement.
Correct.
How many you have? No.
We have one that is actually leaving us today. And VIPD is assisting us with that transition as well. So we do have some partnerships, informal partnerships.
All right. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Alma Francis.
You want a copy? Okay.
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, does this, it has names.
Okay. I'm on audio on one, on video on the other, so they could pull up the video. I'm actually also here on video as well. Did they find it?
I only seen your picture. I ain't seen you.
I'm actually up here twice. If they look, they'll see one with video, because I was having a difficult time with the audio and the video, so they're separate.
Okay.
Okay, but I just want to ask a quick question. I'm sure they'll find it at some point.
You're there. I see you now.
Okay. The question I want to ask is, before I get to my section, and there was some concern with the acting individual that is representing the taxi commission as it relates to the legality that the board had actually had a quorum when the decision was made to replace the previous individual. I want to make sure that we're collecting testimony from someone that is legitimately there. And I want to know if the board had gotten that resolved. Because if I recall correctly, if you have 9 members on the board and you currently have 5 with some terms expired and they're still serving, was a quorum in place when the decision was made to replace the previous individual? Because I don't want to be in a situation where we're taking testimony and that part is still up in the air, because I do recall the previous director had taken this to court with some back and forth. So I just need some legal clarity on that to verify if that was cleaned up and we're collecting proper testimony. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So what I'll do, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I'll call legal counsel to the floor so we could get some clarity on that matter. Through the chair. I am the chair. Oh, through the chair. Yes. Senator Ray Fonseca, as we await legal counsel to come to the floor. You may begin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and special welcome, good morning to the viewing and listening audience and colleagues, and special welcome to the acting director, Ms. Melissa Smith. You know, the taxi industry is very important to our community. They are hard-working men and women, and it's a career where you can feed your family and enjoy, a relatively good lifestyle. You know, we got East End Taxi, Best Taxi, Kelly Taxi, St. Thomas Taxi Association, Champion Taxi, VI Taxi, just to name a few. I wanted to ask real quickly, how many total taxi medallions do we have?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So in St. Thomas, we have 1,280 medallions. In St. John, we have 178 medallions. And in St. Croix, we have 565 medallions, for a total of 1,923 medallions territory-wide.
1,923. You know,
Is
that's,
that Jack? I know your numbers, gentlemen, so it's that, yeah.
yeah, okay, well, that's good, because I was actually on the chat GPT AI, and it's saying we have 1,964, so it's close.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question is, of that number, how many have renewed their business license?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So of that number, and I'm glad you made the distinction, we do have the business license versus the actual operator's
Yes.
license.
Can you answer the question,
Yes,
please?
sir,
Yes.
I can.
Mr. Chair, can you hold my time?
One moment.
Madam Clerk, hold the Senator's time for me, please.
Approximately approximately 650, but I'd like to revisit that number with my notes. So,
Okay.
Yes.
So see, that is my concern. We have 1,923 taxi medallions, but you're saying that only about 650 have renewed their license. So that means that's less than half of the medallions have renewed their license. That is a problem. Why is that? Why is less than 50% of the medallions renewing the business license? Tell me what's happening there.
I find that number to be on target because we are halfway through the year, and the number that I actually gave to you is a number with the projection of St. Thomas, because that's the largest district, and I am in the St. Thomas district. Not to say that my focus is not territory-wide. So with that projection, and we are sensitive to the projection, so we anticipate that by the end of the year, we would have made all of our collections relative to the taxi collection for business licenses. So I have here
So
our projections.
let me just ask you, when is the license due for renewal? In January, or you have the whole year to renew? Do they have a specific date to renew their license?
The month is usually coordinated. The date varies based on the initial licensing.
Okay, so it's
Yes.
not a problem.
No, it's not a problem.
Okay, good. Let me ask you here now, how many taxi drivers do we have?
700 to date, 776, and that's with that's shared data from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, because the drivers, as you know, are registered at VMV. We document them, but ultimately their Class C license is received through BNV, and in information sharing and collaboration with the Bureau, we actually have current numbers through the end of April going into May, and I have those numbers with me.
Okay, couple other questions. So right now, what is the value of a taxi medallion?
We estimate the value to be in the range of $40,000 to $45,000
About-
in St. Thomas, a little less for St. Croix and St. John. But I'm gonna actually be working with the Bureau of Economic Research for some more statistical data and get an updated number relative to the value with Dr. Davies, who's just onboarded as well, to have an accurate accounting of what the true value of a medallion is.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because the value of the Medallion on St. Thomas, you see, is about 45,000, a little bit less on St. Croix.
Correct.
So does that mean that they can take that Medallion to the bank and get a loan for the business of about 45,000? What is your opinion on that?
Yes, a medallion can be used as collateral for the bank.
Okay.
Yes.
And who sets the value of the taxi cab Medallion? Is it the taxi cab commission or is it the private market?
The commission and coordinate. It's driven by the market, but the value is set with the commission and the board.
And when was the last time you have looked, or the commission, I know you're just acting, when was the last time we reviewed the value of a taxi cab Medallion?
I'm not certain, but I can inquire.
I think it's
However,
over 20 years ago.
Okay. And I will say it is on my radar to work along with the Bureau of Economic
1 minute.
Research. And I have outreach to the office for a meeting with Dr.
Right.
Davies.
And I think, and I suggest that you look at the value of a taxi cab Medallion, because $45,000 for a taxi cab Medallion, we have to look at that, because if it's been 20 years ago, everything has gone up. And you know, our taxi drivers are hard-working men and women, and if there's any way that we can assist them to increase their value, where they can now go ahead and get an additional loan or collateral to improve their business, we should help and assist the taxi cab drivers in any way that we can. So if there's anything that, you know, through the chair that you would need, you know, let us know, because, you know, we must support our taxi drivers, because that is a local industry that is dear to all of us. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So we do have legal counsel here this morning. Senator Francis Heiliger, could you please restate your inquiry, please?
Oh, good day once again. This is Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. The question I wanted to find out had to do with the legality of the switching of the director and the now acting director. There was a concern based on how the law is written as it relates to a quorum having to be in place in order to replace a particular position. I know that there were also some lawsuits flying around, and I'm asking not only legal counsel, but I'm not sure if the acting director might be aware, has that situation been resolved? Because we know that if there are 9 members and there are currently only 5, that would have mean that all 5 would have had to been to the meeting in order to replace the previous director. Or is it a situation where, what are they basing it on? Because I need to know if that's resolved.
Good morning,
Push your button on them.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Francis Heiliger, I really can't answer that question for you, because I don't know the facts or the circumstances at the meeting for the taxi cab commission. So until I know.
What does the law require? What does the law require as it relates to board members, and how much do they need in order to have a quorum?
Okay, just give me 1 minute and I get back to you regarding the quorum, because that I can answer.
Okay, and also to the acting director, is she aware that if that situation was resolved as it relates to the decision, whether a quorum was actually met when this decision was made?
Can you repeat this question for me, Senator Heiliger?
When the decision was made to replace the previous director, the only people that have authority to do that is the board. And in order for the board to do that, they would have had to have a quorum. A majority of the members would have had to been at that meeting and casted a vote to replace the previous director, where you are now the acting director. there was a dispute between the previous director, and I think even some of the senators had written letters questioning the legality of the switch out. And I'm trying to figure out, has that been resolved? Because if a board did not make a quorum and a decision was made, there's still a question as to the legality of the representation as to who's before this body. And I just want to make sure we're collecting testimony from a legal perspective. Thank you.
What was your question, Senator? The question.
Are you aware, has this issue been resolved? Are you aware, did the board have a quorum when the decision was made to change the previous director to you?
I'm not aware, Senator. I'm not privy to that information.
Senator, we'll await legal counsel to come back, and then we'll delve in some more
Okay.
behind
Thank
the
you
scenes.
so much.
Ms. Smith, before I move on, you were hired by the board?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. Senator Carla Joseph, J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to you, my colleagues, and the viewing and listening audience, as well as to Ms. Smith. Thank you so much for being there and for forwarding your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
I know I wanted to ask you, how long have you been at the Tax Cap Commission working?
Approximately 4 months in my capacity as acting executive director, and I have assisted the commission in other stints with special projects.
Okay. One of the most vexing issues, thank you. One of the vexing issues we had previously was that we weren't able to really have a great accounting of the money that the Tax Cap Commission collects. Could you tell us how has your system been working now that you are at the helm? What is being done to collect the various renewal of licenses and the like?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have recognized the needs for improvements in the area of collections and our accounting. I have delved into looking at ways to improve the timeliness for the entries of collections, payments to the agency, reconciliations, and also timely reporting of data, which I've provided a sample by category for all executive heads and anyone that may need to look at our review our records and have a real-time accounting of our collections. So for instance, those who are familiar, all of our collections are actually coded. We have, whether it's a medallion sale, whether it's a license, we are actually able to track that. It has taken some unique, creative ways of entering our data into the ERP system in order to actually pull and present that data. We do have a challenge with our systems in terms of the running of reports, but I am very confident that we are able to extrapolate real-time data for every category of collections in the agencies. And that's our start, and in fact, that's what we're implementing. Instead of the manual reporting of counting how many medallions, we're actually able to extrapolate that through our very own government-wide ERP system. I've tested it, and this is one example.
In your testing, not to interrupt you, Ms. Smith, in your testing, because I like to check.
Here it is.
Could you forward to the chairman, through the chair, the last 4 months since you've been there, the collections
Correct.
for that period
So
of time.
I'm glad
based
you.
on that, or if you could delineate on the record, that would be very critical in
So-
our analysis here.
So I appreciate that inquiry because it does allow us to demonstrate on the record that we do have that capability and we have done that. So for instance, business licenses, this is just one category of data that we extrapolated through March, and this begins from the fiscal year. So we do have data specific to that category. That would be in the here today. So that would be
one at a time, Ms. Smith. Let us know, because my time is running.
Okay.
Let us know how much you have collected for your categories and for what period of that on the record.
Okay, for the category of licensing, and I was going to share, this was my tests category pool. This shows $85,000. This is just in the testing, but I anticipate there is more to date, of course.
Ms. Speak
And we're
directly
going-
into the mic.
Oh, so for the testing, I tested in the category of business licenses. So far, and this is not a number for the record, this is a testing number. We have here $85,000. This listing ties back to a user. So I'm still extrapolating the data so that I'm ready for my budget hearing. I also have a budget hearing upcoming. But I am going to share current data through the chair regarding our budgets. And in utilizing the system, I have found that it takes an extended period of time for the system to generate information. So I'm working to have that work more effectively
1 minute.
for me because we have a very short staff. We have our
I'm
collections clerk and myself.
sorry to interject, Ms.
Okay.
Smith.
No worries.
I wanted to also ask you a question, and thank you for that information. And please provide it through the chair because that's vital. It shows whether or not you are able to manage the money, collect, and the like. So my next question has to do with your complaint aspect, because since I would say February, I haven't been getting any complaints from taxi drivers as I did previously. My office isn't inundated with complaints. What is your process for our public to file complaints for regulated as well as unregulated drivers?
The process is we do have a complaint form. They're able to actually call the office and speak to an officer, but in every case, we ask the complainant to complete a complaint form and or send an email to the office so that it's documented to the agency. And then we follow a review and investigatory process to find out whether the complaint is valid and or in our jurisdiction. And then we have a hearing process to follow.
Mr. Chairman, if you may, allow me just one follow-up question. How many complaints have you had for the full fiscal year that you fielded for the fiscal year?
That I've fielded for this fiscal year?
Came in through the Taxi Cab Commission?
I'm going to be honest. In regards to direct complaints, I've had 1 or 2 in-person complaints. But of course, I have received notice of questionable activity throughout the territory, whether it's in regards to gypsy taxiing or rumors of assaults, minor assaults, but I haven't heard them as official complaints. They haven't been brought to my office. They were rumored complaints that we keep a radar on, and we do reach out to other partners to validate whether or not those complaints exist. Because we all see, whether it's the WhatsApp videos, we get word of these complaints. We see photos of illegitimate operators. We are aware of the highly trafficked areas of what we coin as gypsy taxis. So none of those are formal complaints, but while they're not, we are keeping a radar on those as well.
Okay. Thank you so much for your responses, Acting Director, Executive Director. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your leniency. Those were very critical questions I needed answered. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. So, Ms. Smith, before I go to legal counsel, you're telling me that no formal complaints come in from none of these other taxi associations talking, Eastern complaining about the guys them out there, the gypsy taxis taking their fares, coming and they stop picking up people down here by Greenhouse, the people them complaining that limousine and other individuals with big bus with no taxi plates and picking up passengers, down Crown Bay they complaining and nothing formal coming?
No formal complaints, sir. And I do stress that we have to have formal complaints. Now, the taxi cab community is a small-knit community, and they do discuss it. They do share their information. We ask for formal complaints, even when we hear about assaults or other events that may have occurred. I don't have a formal complaint. I don't have a police report. I do not have a written formal complaint, and we do stress the need for formal complaints. Otherwise, it's hearsay. Or at least photos that are sent to our officers so that it's documented. We do stress the need that complaints have to be validated and verified. So, and we want our drivers to have the best experience, but we do have to have those documented complaints.
Thank you. Legal counsel, you ready to respond to Senator Francis Heiliger, or you need a minute?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Francis Heiliger, pursuant to Title III, Section 274, the commission is established with 9 members. That's pursuant to 274B. Pursuant to 274D, for quorum, there must be 5 members present. There you have it.
Well, thank you for that. And that is where part of my concern lies, because we cannot, as a body, keep having issues like this, and we don't know if it's really being resolved. As you know, based on previous testimony we just heard, and this has nothing to do with her position, I think she's doing a pretty good job, but they said currently the board only has 5 members out of the 9. So that would mean that all 5 members would have had to been present in order to make this transition legal. And I need to get some kind of clarity if this was done, because as lawmakers, we have to make sure that these things are being done correctly, because we can't be bypassing the law, and this is what causes concerns later on. So thank you very much for at least putting that on the record. If anyone from the Taxi Commission was able to show up, maybe they could answer the question and put this to bed.
So Senator Francis Heiliger, what I could do is make that inquiry directly to the board chair, Ms. Watley, and get a formal response for all of us, so we could know what we're working with.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of information.
Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Through the chair, I would like to request the minutes of the Taxi Cab Commission from December 1st through March 30th of this year. December 1st, 2024 to March 30th, 2025, through the chair.
And you want the minutes of the Taxi
The
Cab
minutes of the
Commission
board
board
meetings.
meetings from
Yes, sir.
December 1, 2024 to March 2025.
Correct, sir.
Thank you.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, when in the planning of the course at UVI, what does that course entail?
The course, and I have my notes, but the course entails an overview of the Virgin Islands, of the tour areas of the Virgin Islands. It also includes education on the requirements of what is needed to become a taxi driver in the territory. I don't have the full curriculum, but I can provide the curriculum to you.
Please.
Yes.
So there's any, outside of that, do you partner with maybe specifically Department of Tourism or even Labor? I know they have the workforce development section to provide hospitality training, provide professional advice, not advice, but professional training for the taxi drivers as well. Because these are our frontline people, you know. So what training are we providing, or are we spearheading so the individuals could receive?
We are spearheading excellent training through the UVI cell. There is a component of it that includes the VIPD. It does include some labor laws. It does include, a good portion of it includes the hospitality industry, which our taxi cab community does serve. And we are in strong partnership with the Department of Tourism and UVI cell to execute this program. And
have we included VI history, Caribbean history?
It does include VI history and Caribbean history, but I do have a listing of the curriculum that I will share with the team. I don't have it. I did not.
How many individuals? You say earlier you said 70 people have been vetted to go to this course. That's how many in St. Thomas? How many in
It's
St. Croix?
actually 70 plus. 30 in St. Thomas from my past notes. It's 30 plus now in St. Thomas. 17 for St. John. Over 15 for St. Croix, but I'm getting a expedited update from St. Croix shortly, and we're still delving into additional aspirants for St. John. So and that is based on population as well in terms of what would actually be considered a full class for St. Thomas. That threshold is in overage, but we are in communications with the instructor to maybe increase the class amount. For St. John, we're building on additional aspirants. We haven't exhausted the list, so they are going to be contacted as well. And like I said, the St. Croix district numbers, they're quickly increasing now that we are closer to an actual date. But this class will actually be executed. Our instructor is at the phase of finalizing, our lead organizer at the Department of Cell, at UVI Cell, is in the process of organizing instructors for all 3 islands so that a class is conducted simultaneously.
The class free?
The class has been sponsored by the Department of Tourism, so it is free to our aspirants. However, there is a processing fee to each individual that's interested.
All right. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. My first set of questions has to do with the concern as it relates to the limousine service and some of the concerns with gypsy taxis. Do you have any solutions as to how this could be resolved? Because we talk about it a lot, but we don't talk about potential solutions. What are your thoughts about that?
We have explored solutions to this concern, and it is a concern of the Taxi Cab Commission, the board, and myself as well. One thing for sure, we do recognize the need for augmented enforcement at the commission, and one solution is to begin the hiring, the onboarding of additional enforcement staff, making enforcement leadership the priority, and then trickling down to strong enforcement staffing. I do also think that somehow utilizing a surveillance system within those highly targeted areas would be a great deterrent tool to discourage any illegal taxi operations. I think that public awareness and education, allowing users to become educated on what represents a legal and authorized operator is crucial and critical. Every operator should have an operator's badge. They should possess a certificate of entitlement, a capacity sign, a dome sign, on-duty, off-duty sign, and a very visible factor, they should have TP plates. So I think education and public awareness is key. I think Senator Francis mentioned it, and I agree with that. These visible factors are mitigating factors to avoiding certain infractions and keeping our community safe. And I also think fines should be given, well, to those businesses that in some way provide the offering of not services, but allow these illegal operators to operate on their properties, because we are aware of some of the legal operators. So,
okay, thank you so much for that response. As it relates to the taxis that run similar to like a bus service, I personally have gotten some complaints in regards to those safaris, et cetera. How do you handle that, and how are they dealt with from a management standpoint outside of the other taxis that might deal with the regular standard rates versus like the dollar buses?
That's a great question, and I haven't visited the rates relative to safaris in handling the rates, but in terms of where they're allowed to stop and how they're allowed to retrieve passengers, that is a concern. Having to stop on the sidewalks or abruptly during high traffic times, that is a concern, but the question still is, how are we going to regulate that? And how do we see them at high peak areas, particularly when our tourist districts and the shipping zone, the hotels and the airports are our priority areas. But I would add that safaris are required, all operators are required to stop for passengers, and based on our policies, a safari is able to stop for any potential passenger that waves at a bus stop. So you cannot refuse a passenger, if that answers your question in part or full.
Thank you so much for that response. I wanted to ask another question. One of the things that was a push during the 35th legislature was to potentially move taxi limousines back under the taxi cab commission. From what you have witnessed, do you think that this is something that needs to be done? Or there was also a push to potentially move the taxi cab commission back under, put it under DLCA, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. What are your thoughts in regards to that?
I have given some thought
1 minute.
To the classification of operators. I think that there is a need to fairly define our classes of operators and to fairly also determine what is the best approach to consolidating taxi regulations, because it definitely is a service, is a operator passenger service. So I do think those services should be consolidated. What is the best avenue, whether it should be folded into the taxi cab commission and have limousines as a separate category within the commission for collections? We have to discuss that, or now take what was historic, rolling it into DLCA. I think we have to look at the regulatory parameters and also determine how what is administratively cost effective in order to implement something of that nature.
Okay. What I heard time, and I want to thank you for your direct responses. Personally, I do believe it should stay where it is and maybe merge the limousine with the taxi commission. So since it's providing services, but at the end of the day, decisions will ultimately be made. So thank you very much. And
Senator, if you had another question, you may go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I look forward to getting that information from the board.
So, thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. So, Ms. Smith, one of the things is with the Taxi Cab Commission is a lot of people complain that they never really get definitive answers. Like this morning, the testing going to be either June, July. People been waiting. People want to come in. People want to spend money. This government broke, and we need money in the coffers. So what's the determining factor to get a solid date, even for that, or when the next testing going to be? When is the next auction, Medallion auction?
The next auction, which is for the veterans, would be in December.
Whenever we going to ever be able to open it to the public again?
That has to be determined in collaboration with the board. That's for further discussion. So we don't have a definitive date a definitive timeline on when that would be open now to the public.
Currently, what's the fee to renew a taxi? It varies.
License?
Like the taxi license.
$130.
When last has that been revisited?
Not recently. So all of these things, the fee scheduling and other fees.
How long have there been 130? You could text somebody while we're here waiting.
I'm going to say over 10 years, it's been 130. It's been 130 forever. It's been $130 for a while.
All right. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator Gittins.
Good day to all. I was in the middle of something else and just came in, so excuse me if I asked anything that was asked prior. But in reviewing the testimony before, I see that you stated that there's been an increase in illegal taxi activity. And I wanted you to provide any data on how many illegal operators have been actually cited in the last 12 months, if you have that.
7, Senator.
Excuse me?
7.
7?
Well,
in
the
12
last
months?
you said the last 12 months. Well, I have data from the time frame that I was there and from the fiscal year. That would have been in October. And I did ask our existing officer for the information prior to coming here. 7, sir. 7, Senator.
Wow. We can't have a serious problem with illegal activity if we only have 7 citations.
So the challenge, well, we do have a serious problem because while there are issues, though, and they may be visible, we may hear rumors of them, but we have to have official complaints in order to act on these illegal activities. Whether limousine drivers posing as taxi operators or gypsy taxis, we have to have formal complaints. And I do admit we're short-staffed, so active citations need to be augmented. We need to have boots on the ground in order to increase our enforcement, beef up our enforcement efforts. So we are addressing that issue by hiring staff.
Let me ask you, how many, who are the members on the commission board right now?
Sweeney Toussaint, Miss Secretary Myrna George, Elizabeth Hanson, Chair Lady Hanson Watley, Brathwaite, and I have one more member that I'm going to add. I actually have a listing that I'm going to share through the chair, and that's in my notes, but we have 5 members currently.
So you named 4, and I believe one of those 4 was replaced by an older gentleman. I can't remember his name, the last person that was appointed on there. I believe he replaced Brathwaite.
I have a 5th name. I have to check my notes for the last
If
name.
members are serving, they are to serve until they're replaced.
Correct.
Even if their membership expires on the board.
Correct, Senator.
So you only name 4. How much members should the board have?
9, but we have 5 members.
All right, if you could provide us with the 5th name, but Brathwaite was replaced. Now, while
Julian
you
Penn,
look
sir.
at,
Sorry.
excuse me?
Julian Penn is the other name for the board member.
Ms. Smith, speak directly into the mic, please.
Julian Penn, sir, Senator.
So, right, so Penn is the gentleman that replaced Brathwaite, so that is still 4. So George's, who wasn't replaced in his law enforcement capacity, isn't he still currently serving on the board?
Not to my knowledge, and not based on the current information I received as a request from myself, that was not one of the names provided as a board member.
That you received from whom?
The secretary of the board,
And who is the secretary of the board?
Miss Myrna George.
All right. So George and Hansen serves on the board by virtue of their position within government, correct?
That is correct, sir. DLCA and tourism.
Now, what specific strategies, if any, has the Taxi Cab Commission employed in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Police Department to address this illegal taxi situation that you speak of?
Well, I'm going to be honest.
I hope you would.
Yes, sir, I would.
1 minute.
We're a very small-knit community, so we have done outreach into the VIPD. I personally have touched bases with Chief Hodge. We're talking real-time activities. And Officer Luby, Mary Luby, we all coin her as the taxi tourism officer, but she has shared information with me. I've been in touch with the WICO chiefs of security. So we are working towards strategies, and on the hierarchy, I have been directly in touch with Chief Santos and also Commissioner Brooks, and they have assured me of their support and collaboration moving forward.
So all this planning, have there been any operations that have begun to address this illegal situation?
Time.
Well, we can. Well, we have to plan. We're in the planning.
Yes,
no specific operations, not as yet.
And I know time has been called. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go continue, Senator.
What's the timeline for launching the proposed public awareness campaign regarding the illegal taxis?
We would need, well, our campaign would begin with a simple advertisement, so that can begin within July, August, but we have a lot of competing.
Don't tell me when it can begin. My question was clear as to what is the timeline. Do you have a timeline yet?
I don't have a timeline yet. That was a recommendation that would require a timeline, and that is something that we intend to implement with a timeline forthcoming.
Hopefully we could hear of that. And lastly, you noted delays in processing licenses as well. What is the average processing time, and what do you need to speed up this process?
Delays in the process. That would have been a past challenge, but to date, we really don't have a problem in processing licenses. Typically, when we have a client that visits the Taxi Cab Commission, they are processed typically within the day. If there is a delay, there would have to be some issue with the documentation that is required to process a customer. So when we speak on delays in the system and having legal operators, that's usually triggered by the lack of proper documentation to support them, or maybe yes, so that would be the delay, but it's not a administrative delay at the Taxi Cab Commission per se.
All right, thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Point of information, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Acting Director Smith,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to follow up on the question. Okay, so there are 1,923 taxi medallions, right?
To our account, correct.
Okay, good. So this is what I want to get to. I want to get to the number of taxi operators, because once you have a medallion on page 2 of your testimony, there's 13 additional items you need to become a taxi operator.
Correct.
How many taxi operators do we have? We have 1,923 taxi medallions.
Okay.
How many taxi operators do we have?
Okay. In St. Croix, we have approximately 165 operators. In St.
You
Thomas,
could give me the total.
okay. I don't think I calculated a total on that. But in St. Thomas, we have 776, and in St. Croix, most of the medallion holders are attached to active operators, and we want to estimate that at 150. That is actually an estimate, but I do have specific numbers in
Okay,
collaboration
those
with.
numbers are good. Let's
Okay.
just deal with St. Thomas. So there's 1,280 medallions, but there's 776 operators.
To date, we anticipate there's approximately 1,000 operators for St. Thomas, but to date, we have 776 that are actually registered, and those numbers are in collaboration with what I consider a partner agency, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, where
Okay,
we cross-reference our data, because remember.
Okay, but wait a
Class
minute.
C-
Wait. That was just a number question, and you gave me the number. I didn't ask for
Oh,
explanation.
okay, sure.
Because, I want to make this point clear. So the number is there's 1,280 medallions.
Correct.
But there's only 776 operators. So it's over 500 difference. Why is that?
So what I was sharing, okay, there is a difference. However, the number at the end of the year is going to pull more towards 1,000 operators.
So some people are operating without all the 13 items that you need to become a taxi operator. Is
Yeah,
that what you're saying?
not every medallion holder has an operator attached to them. That's a separate.
Okay, that's what I wanted
requirement.
to hear.
That would be a bad.
Thank you,
holder.
Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Okay, okay, great. So, Ms. Smith,
Yes, Senator.
I just went on Division of Personnel website, and I don't see not one position posted or anything. What are we doing?
What we are doing is we recognize that as well. So what we are doing is we are collaborating with OMB as well. We have pulled our vacancy listings. We are aware of the vacancies. As you know, though, there is a process throughout the government that in order for me to post a vacancy, I must first have my actionable PRF approved first, and that is where we're at now. We're working on having that approved, and that's where we are.
So outside of enforcement, what about regular staff?
Oh, so outside of enforcement, I want to say we have 2 very strong young ladies that work our front line. I call them our frontliners. They deal with our customers
How
every
many
day.
staff you have in St. Thomas?
2. One in St. Thomas as a frontliner, administrative staff. That would be our collections clerk. And then we have one in St. Croix.
So you only have 2 staff, and 3, and 1 retiring today.
Yes, sir.
You've been talking with the chief of staff, the governor's chief of staff to improve on this?
Actually, I've been collaborating, talking with the board and actually I do touch base with Division of Personnel once here and there, but OMB I've definitely been in discussions with to have a strong handle on what I can actually afford budgetary-wise in terms of hiring and how I can maneuver the budget in order to hire it in the critical areas first. So we are at the next phase of hiring. Our PRF requests will be processed shortly. But
I mean, on one hand, you're telling me you need more staff,
we do.
right? But then I ain't hearing the urgency in you to
You had-
walk on.
I
Walk,
telling
wait,
you,
hold
I-
on. I'm speaking. I ain't hearing the urgency in you to work on OMB and personnel so we could get these things out there. Like,
The urgency
I mean,
is
you
there.
just come on board, yes, but even before, like, what?
I think the urgency is there, and OMB, Finance, and the Division of Personnel would say they are very familiar with Director Smith of the Taxi Cab Commission. Everyone is busy. I have an excellent analyst who has been working with me with our budget. We had other budgetary challenges where we actually had to revisit our budget and realign some of the funding to support certain things. So the urgency is there, and it's active urgency because I've only been on board since February. We had to actually respond to the Budget Committee, Senator Francis's committee, and create our projections. I've submitted projections, and I've also already done PRS for other matters, and we are moving forward with a timeline for hiring. We've put feelers out for certain positions, and I've had strong inquiries to support the Taxi Cab Commission. So our sense of urgency is there. If you look at our vacancy list, most of them are exempt positions, so traditionally they can be filled swifter than others. So the sense, I think, in
How many exempt positions do you have?
6.
Okay.
You look like 6 based on the vacancy
All right.
listing.
You had a contract with Omni Systems. Where are we with that?
I'm not aware of a contract with Omni Systems. I know that a contract with Omni Systems was in discussions, but the contract was never executed due to funding challenges. And based on my research and the historical information I received, bid specs were requested. Those specifications were received, and Omni Systems was selected or initially considered to be the best provider for the needs of the Taxi Cab Commission at the time.
So in your testimony, you talked about potentially digitizing and modernizing
Correct.
the entity, the agency.
Yes.
Where are we with that? Like, did you cast out? Did you see a particular model you'd like to use? Do you have
Yes.
a price tag on it?
Yes.
Was it board approved?
So, Senator, that is another critical area for the commission, and we are moving towards modernization. We've been in conversations with BIT, real-time conversations with BIT, very recent. We just had a conversation yesterday relative to the digitizing bill for the territory. That was just yesterday, where they came in and did an evaluation of our existing systems. We've been in conversations with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles so that we're able to view and review real-time documents that we share for approving Class C operators. And in terms of costs, we have done a cost projection based on the Omni Systems piece. And also some other, we have other user needs as well. So we did look at costing for those.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because we're moving into an age now where, you know, standing in line is supposed to be a thing of the past.
Correct.
You know? And I would like to see the agency to modernize and get, so those could be long gone of the days when we standing in line and so forth. So if I come down there to renew my taxi license, what's the turnaround time once all my documentation is in place?
No longer than 5 to 8 minutes once all of your documents are there.
So I could get it renewed in the same day?
In the same day, most definitely. If all of your documents today. Sometimes we have, maybe I'm in a meeting, you may not get a document signed, but you are welcome to wait or come back, but
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Typically within the day.
Those type of things we need to correct.
Correct. Usually it's daily. It's
Okay.
same day service.
So how many people currently are waiting? Not what you vetted already. You say you had a list. Mm-hmm. How many people are on that list? How many individuals?
I didn't make a definitive count of the list, but over 100 people actually signed up for the classes. So we have a good amount of potential aspirants for the classes.
Okay. Do you keep regular meetings with the different taxi associations? Or since you have come on board, or have you heard of any regular meetings? Maybe the board keep with the regular, the taxi heads to see what's going on?
We keep an open line of communications with our taxi associations. They actually visit our offices frequently, and they have reached out to share information and support our efforts in improving services. They have lent recommendations.
So technically, you don't keep a regular meeting with them per se?
Not yet.
You have plans?
Yes, most definitely.
Point of information, Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And don't forget, I think we have Senator Johnson on the line as well. But I wanted a point of information. I did ask about the delays in processing licenses, and you stated that was a past challenge. But I know I saw that somewhere in your testimony. I mean, who produced this testimony?
I did. I understand that it is in the testimony, but for clarification, some of the delays in that part of the process, it's not to speak to an administrative delay per se, but it's to speak more so to a delay in producing the required documents that may be needed to execute an approved badge, whether it's an operated badge, certificate of entitlement, or license. That's really the intent of the statement.
So you are going to have delays if you don't have the staffing to do it. So
well, we haven't had any administrative delays in regards to processing yet, because our staff, we work together. We have an all hands on deck staff. So when we have a client...
Hold up right there. So the all hands on deck staff, you had 7 citations. How many, what have you collected from those 7 citations? Have you had any hearings?
No, but you spoke relative to documentation of...
I understand, but I'm talking about the overall delays in your
Yes.
Period.
Yeah, so there are delays in that area because at this point we will have no enforcement staff. So I agree with you on that, sir.
No enforcement
Senator.
staff, a defunct board, nothing is really happening.
We have a lot happening at the Taxi Cab Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. I do apologize. I normally look forward to seeing you there in the chambers, but you're online today. I do apologize.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience, and good afternoon to the testifier. Acting Director Smith, I sat here for maybe the last 45 minutes or so, and most of my colleagues keep asking questions, but nobody's getting a time or date of anything that are in plan to be executed. And those things are, for me, a problem because am I still there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see you clear.
Yeah, for me, that doesn't go well because we keep talking about time frame, dates, but we're not getting anything, and that doesn't go well for me because we want to hear a time frame, we want to hear a date for executing. Without these things, it's like nothing happening. You said that you have these 7 citations. Are you aware of the taxi stand in St. Croix?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
How many citations do you know, if any, have been given out to that taxi stand?
We do not have an officer in St. John, so I
said,
am aware.
no, I said
am
St. Croix.
Pardon?
I said St. Croix.
Oh, St. Croix? None to my awareness, sir.
Have you had any conversation with any of the taxi members or in St. Croix, I should say?
On one occasion.
One occasion. How often do you come St. Croix?
I haven't visited St. Croix as yet.
Okay.
Due to budgetary constraints, and we're working on addressing that shortly.
And I mean, budgetary constraint, you
Yes.
spoke about that in your testimony, but if you're not doing collecting, how do we fulfill your obligations? Because your collection, from the time we've been discussing Taxi Cab Commission, we've been having problem with getting proper accounting and how much money is going into your account.
So we are doing proper collections and we are collecting. And I shared earlier with Senator Joseph in her inquiry that Taxi Cab is now able to produce all of our collection based on category and produce timely numbers based on our manipulation of the ERP system, utilization
Since you
of
came
the
on board,
ERP system.
hold on, slow up with me. Since you came on board, because before you come there, we have been hearing about some folks that got illegal license and stuff like that, license wrongfully. Have you did a purge or are you intend to do a purge of the system? Because when you hear folks talk, they say folks pick you up in a taxi and they can't speak English.
To be honest, Senator, that as well is on my radar. So I have begun the process of a purge. And our legal taxi operations begins with a legal badge holder. I have requested from UVI Cell through Dr. McGrath a list of all of the operators that successfully, all of the successful aspirants of the UVI Cell class, and I have received documents from she has provided that to me. I don't want to say how far back, but from inception to date of who were the successful aspirants, those have been provided to me. And the intent
If
is...
someone wanted to register to take this license, where do they go and register?
To take which license? You mean...
Taxi license?
Oh. The process is initiated with the Taxi Cab Commission as an approved badge holder, and then your license is taken to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles for final processing
they'll
and
actually have to go to
issuance
the,
of a Class C license.
And you don't have a date? Because I heard my colleagues
date-
them and
a date
everybody,
for what?
there's a lot of people asking about dates.
Oh, for the class?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So back to that question. In regards to a date, we have projected a timeline. We have a projected timeline and date in coordination with UVI Cell. And that projected time, so the timeline began with first having all of the aspirants needed to fill a class. That has already been completed. So that phase of securing a class is completed. The next phase of securing the venue and the instructors, that is now being finalized and worked on with a projection timeline through the end of June.
Did you say UVI Cell was assisting you with this?
Yes, sir. So we are at that next phase of our timeline where UVI Cell is finalizing a venue for the class, venues for the class, which includes
1 minute.
providing the instructors as well.
No, we talk about enforcement and you say you have no enforcement officer and you don't have a time frame as to when you're going to start interviewing people. Am I correct to say that?
No, the time frame is projected within the end of July through August.
That's not a time frame for me. You don't give me a specific date.
I don't have a specific date because it involves multiple players, and that I can only give a projection. I don't have a specific date. I would like to have a specific date, but those dates depend on the processing. We have a centralized government. While we are semi-autonomous, we have to work.
I want to ask you this question. You talk about needing additional funding.
Time.
And you say some folks assisting you with the budget. What kind of additional funding are you talking about in the amount?
$1.5 million.
Wow.
So we have 556. We right now have $556,000. That is our budget ceiling. However, and I have the projections here, based on the projections for the staffing, the enhancement of the office, our computer upgrades, the true type of operational support we need for travel to St. Croix, visitations, and spending time with my staff in St. Croix, we need an augmented budget. We have to operate in this century, and the budget we have barely allows us to hire staff and operate day to day, but we realize the need to improve. And our operators, our taxi cab operators that we call clients, they deserve some enhanced services. They actually deserve it. They're hardworking, they're compliant. We have a very stringent protocol and review process that allows anyone to become a driver. So we want to have improved services for our taxi community. And we'd like to be able to visit all districts. Sometimes we'd like the opportunity to provide remote services specifically to the St. John clients as well. And that requires funding.
My statement at this time has nothing to do with you. I don't know you. I think you're trying to do your best, but the Taxi Cab Commission and the last few directors that we have there, this ball ain't moving much. And I hear the taxi complaints every day about all of these illegal taxi, people parking up in the stand, especially in Christiansted, no enforcement to move folks out of the taxi stand. In fact, a couple of times they look to get in fight with people because people saying this is not a taxi stand. And there's a lot. You have a full plate, and all I would say to you is I wish you the best, because this not having dates for your hire, and I mean, this is a crisis just exploding away on us, and we're talking about bringing more ships to the island of St. Croix, bringing more ships to the island of St. Thomas, and the first person these people are going to meet are going to be a taxi. The first and the last person they're going to meet is the taxi drivers.
Correct.
And from some of the situation that I'm hearing, it's not looking good for us. And these things have a rippling effect on us. If this service is not as good as it should be, if people can't get a taxi, get a little history, a little knowledge about the island, that's what they're going to put in the report. Oh, the taxi service was this, we couldn't find a taxi, we couldn't get people on time. These things reflect on these numbers in the coming years afterwards. All I can say is I wish you the best, and I just hope that Government House will hear your cry and assist you with expediting these positions so that you can have your staff that you need to do your job. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Ms. Smith, you know, when you look at the law and so forth, as it pertains to taxiing, there's a lot of little things that the previous speaker spoke about when as it comes to taxi driving. And when you go on these different stands and things, even their presentation, these are our first point of contact, the tourists, even the residents meeting. Mm-hmm. So while we could talk about hospitality, we talk about presentation, there's certain things, there should be X amount of feet from their vehicles. Correct. You know, all of these things are enforceable things. So I'm hoping that the next tranche of officers that you receive, we look into these things. I know I could hear them out there grumbling now, but so be it. Mm-hmm. You know, these are our first point of contact, and you want return visitors, we want people to be cared for, treated equally and fairly. You know, oftentimes we hear about the disrespectful language and so forth. I'm not saying all, mm-hmm. but sometimes you hear about it. So these are the things that I am asking you when we next tranche of officers you receive, mm-hmm. or even those you're going to have the conversation with Commissioner Brooks or whoever this afternoon. We're going to have lottery here. I'll mention it to him. Mm-hmm. You know, but reach out to these, reach out to the executive branch, reach out to the chief of staff. Senators, we're going to go to a 2-minute round, starting with Senator Novel E. Francis, Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Acting Executive Director Smith, what is your ask today? What is it that you're looking forward to from the legislature to support and assist you in your endeavor to be productive?
My ask today is definitely funding support and the encouragement of all law enforcement agencies to actively collaborate with the commission, seeing that it's urgent, not so much for the commission itself, but for our tourism package as well. It not only impacts our residents, but also our tourism brand. So my ask is for us to be supported in our true budgetary needs and also our collaboration efforts with other agencies. Basically, my ask is resources.
And conversely, what would be your 3 items of priority to be undertaken during your stewardship?
I didn't hear the question, though. What would be...
Again, what would be your commitment? What would be your priority? 3 items that you would like to see accomplished during your stewardship as the director, acting director, acting executive director.
Okay. Staffing improved services throughout the territory, technology upgrades for the agency, and also strong collaborations amongst all of our enforcement team members. So funding,
And
pardon?
where does, I'm just about to ask you, where does funding and your
Time.
your ability to be self-sustaining fit within the scheme of your work?
Senator, your mic was cut off again. Something happened on the second sentence. Where is funding?
Yeah, I was inquiring where is funding in your scheme of productivity? Where is funding, again, for you to be self-sufficient? You are a semi-autonomous agency. How are you going to be self-sufficient? And what do you intend to undertake in terms of revenue collections?
In terms of revenue collections, we have introduced a new group of potential taxi operators. We anticipate that's going to be drawing a new revenue stream eventually. And we also would recommend potentially a new class of operators, which would require legislative approval. It's going to require some discussions, but I think a new class of operators that would potentially serve a defined client as opposed to the tourism package or in collaboration with the tourism package. That's one. The increase of fees and penalties, that's another recommendation. So I do have some revenue generating things in mind, but that's going to require regulatory activity, regulatory changes as well.
Very well. Thank you for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I think that it's important that we're able to get the Taxi Cab Commission and that industry to be productive. Again, they're part of our GDP. Taxi drivers represent the ambassadors to our tourism industry, and it's important that we get this thing right. I think that we have had several failed start, and we really need to get some traction in moving this forward. Thank you very much for the time and opportunity. Good luck, Ms. Smith.
Senator Francis,
Senator.
did you have a follow-up question?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, great. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so Acting Director Smith, revenue collections, I want to follow up what the budget chair was just discussing. Another area too is, you have the 1,280 medallions, but only 776 of them are actual operators. So that leaves 504 persons with medallions that are not operators. So let me finish. I ain't give you a question yet.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so those 504 persons, eventually they will get everything done, but you should be a little bit more aggressive to get them to get it done, because, we already, on Monday we in June, so that's half of the year. So that's 504 persons. In addition to that, right, you mentioned the illegal taxi operators.
1 minute.
You told us all of the areas where they are. They're the airports, and they're the hotels, the shopping malls, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have a number of, a guesstimate of the illegal taxi operators in the territory? A number?
I don't have a number.
It's more than 100, less than 100?
I would guess this is a guesstimate.
You don't have a number?
I don't have a number.
Okay, good. So you see, if you don't have a number, then the issue may be
Time.
not as big as you think, because if it was a bunch of them, you would actually be able to tell me it's more than 100, or it's more than 200, it's 300, but you don't have a number. So it shows that more work needs to be done. Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up. So you have a responsibility, because, you know, the Taxi Association, you have 1,280 medallions. 504 of them so far have not paid up. So you have a responsibility to collect all your revenues, because like we say, you know, the Taxi Association, the Taxi Commission should be self-sufficient. That's how it was originally designed, to be self-sufficient. You're now saying that your acts could be up to $1.5 million, and I assume that acts would be an annual allotment, or this would be just a one-term allotment you're asking about here?
I think it would be balanced if we receive an infusion. And that is because when I look historically at the numbers, because I did do a historical view of the numbers, I see where our revenues were up to 750,000, 951,000, really projecting into the $1 million mark. And that was because we had a strong enforcement team, which, remember, that infusion also is based on citations. So if we have a strong, active citation team, enforcement team, that could drive the numbers to the 1.5. However, at some point, our budget, we did not have the infusion of revenues, even based on our revolving funds. For some reason or the other, our budget was cut. So I think that an infusion of funds would allow us to augment on the citation side, and it's going to be validated. We can validate a benefit cost ratio because we are recruiting new operators as we speak. We are going to actually have new operators throughout the territory. So that's also going to increase in the collections, whether it's for licensing. Remember, we collect for licensing, we collect for lease agreements, we collect for affidavits, all of these things. We collect for operators and co-operators. So all of these things are going to incite an infusion of funding into the Taxi Cab Commission's funds. It's also going to improve the tourism package because...
Excuse me one second. Sorry. I think you could answer that on the chair's time. Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
I think I have more questions now after looking at this testimony that I've received today than when we started. Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Senator Joseph.
A pleasant good day, Mr. Chairman, and again to Acting Executive Director, Ms. Smith. I really want to thank you for trying your very best to provide us with some information regarding the operation specifically of the Virgin Islands Taxi Commission. Now, I wanted to get on the record from you. What is the starting salary for your law enforcement officers?
$46,682.
Very good. Do you see that that's competitive? And I want, before you answer that question, I do recall that the budget for the Taxi Cab Commission was a little over $1 million several fiscal years back.
Yes, Senator.
Because of the need. And it was reduced.
1 minute.
Because the Taxi Cab Commission was unable at the time to continue to justify the need. I would just let you know you will have to defend your need, and I'm thinking that you're doing some of that here today. So how many vacant positions for law enforcement you have? Do you have any law enforcement staff after today?
After today, 0 law enforcement staff, Senator. And according to the vacancy listing...
Speak straight into the mic, ma'am.
Sorry. According to the vacancy listing that I have, we have 6 vacant officer positions, one of those being the chief inspector position.
Okay. All right. And so you need those vacant positions filled as soon as possible because you have a really major need. I really want to really commend you for being here and for bringing the testimony. This is not easy. This is your first time ever testifying before a legislative branch, Ms. Smith?
In this capacity as the agency head, yes. Yeah. I have presented support testimony with other agency heads, but not as the agency head today. So this is a different experience. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no other further questions for this testifier today. I want to just thank you so kindly for allowing me the leniency to ask those questions. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your
Good afternoon once again. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon once again. I would like to thank Acting Executive Director Smith for her direct responses. The main question I want to ask is, there was a discussion earlier in regards to turning in or people submitting complaints formally. I want to know, how is that process done? Because is it done where people have to list their names, or is it done anonymously? Is it a situation where they could access a form online and fill it out and you guys get it? Because I'm trying to figure out, could it be the accessibility why you have not received any formal complaints? Or could it potentially be people might not want to put forward their names? What is the process for that?
The process, we do have a complaint form.
Speak directly into the mic, please.
The Taxi Cab Commission.
1 minute.
We have a complaint form that we utilize for each complainant. You may come into the office and or call to have a complaint form sent to you. And it's usually not anonymous, because we have to investigate a complaint. So, but the anonymous...
Okay. Do you think that that might lend to why, because we do live in a very small community, sometimes people don't want to be pitted against each other, but they do have a legitimate complaint that they would like to bring to your attention. Do you think that potentially there could be an option where people could report these things anonymously? Maybe then you might be able to get more people filing complaints, or is it okay that people just continue just not doing it? Because I'm trying to figure out what the potential obstacles are so we could actually get to the crux of the problem. And if the general public is out there and they're the ones, and the other taxi drivers and limousine drivers, et cetera, are the ones seeing these things, but they're still not reporting them, how do we resolve that? Thank you very much for the additional time, and I'm sure the chair will allow her to respond on his time. Thank you.
Yes. Senator, you had another question? Follow-up?
No.
Okay.
I'm good.
Ms. Smith?
I appreciate your recommendation, Senator Heiliger, and we will actually research an anonymous complaint process for the Taxi Cab Commission. I do agree that because we are a small-knit community, persons may be reluctant to actually formally provide a complaint. So we will look into that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Senator, don't see Senator Gittins. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. You heard me, Mr. Chair?
I didn't hear you. Sorry. I didn't hear you.
I'm good. I don't have no follow-up question.
Okay, great. I'll go to me. Okay, great. To me. So Ms. Smith, like I asked earlier, how do you plan, or what will your idea be to really try to encourage other young people to come in this industry and to grow the industry from the taxi commission standpoint?
To grow the industry? Senator, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of young folks out here, and, we have a lot of older folks in the business. What do you see? And I think this is a thriving business, and it could be a family business. What do you think from a taxi commission standpoint we could grow this industry a little more? I mean, and we modernizing it and doing all the other good stuff. What do you see?
I think the offering of classes on a regular basis is one good incentive, because
1 minute.
refreshingly to see, we have had quite a few very young aspirants interested in the taxi cab industry, whether it's because their parents have been operators. We see a lot of young people being encouraged by their families to become operators. They have actually been vetted for the classes, and they are interested. We know that maybe some incentives, financial incentives, I'm not sure how this would work, but there's a startup cost to becoming an operator, especially with obtaining the proper vehicle, whether it's a safari type or a taxi 25 passenger seater. So if we have some incentives relative to access to startup costs for these young drivers, that would be one incentive.
So, to the best of your knowledge, is there anything on the books that speaks to the type, not the type of vehicle, but the age range of the vehicle? Like in 2025?
I have inquired. There's nothing on the books that speaks to the age range, but there's on the books, it speaks to the mechanical, the proper maintenance of
Of the vehicle.
vehicle, and the inspections lend to the proper maintenance of the vehicle. But I haven't seen anything on the books that speaks to the age.
Okay. But the reason why I ask that, because a lot of times, I'm all for taxi drivers. I encourage the taxi business. But I see people in the industry think that they could just take up any old thing and join in the industry. And I'm leery, and if I'm spending my money, I'm very leery of which vehicle I would get into. So I'm wondering, do we do inspections when they come, or that's just like maybe a first-time thing? How does your agency handle that?
To be honest, inspection should be an ongoing part of the process when an operator visits the taxi cab commission to renew their license, whether it's yearly or maybe biannually, because they do also undergo inspections at the BMV. But that is something that I have actually gleaned, and I want to now reintroduce the on-hands inspection at the Taxi Cab Commission when an operator comes to renew their license and or their badge. Typically, it would be with the license.
So one of the things, I know this, maybe not for you, but you could put it in, because you're asking for 1.5 million. I think that even you and the taxi members who are listening, every year we attend something called Sea Trade. And this is where all the cruise lines are there, all the people in the industry are there. And I think they need to see another side of how this business is evolving. It's not just back to the ship or pick up someone. It's about customer service, and it's about memories and experiences, and how we speak to the customers, not just those from abroad, but even our residents. So we need to come with a way that these people need to be exposed, individuals, in the business, need to be exposed to some of these trainings and these trades that we go to. So I think even from your end, I think we should try to push that. Even for you to go there to see some of the different, how the industry is evolving, some of the different trends. I know a lot of them like to walk around. They don't want to be leaving credit cards or, two forms of payment and so forth. But even to see how a small businessman in taxiing could expand his business by another second form of payment, PayPal, Zelle, whoever, all those other platforms out there.
Correct.
But it's not mandatory for them as yet. But I think it's something that we all need to look into, because taxi drivers, people at the hotels, those are our first point of contact people come in contact with, people at the airports. So even those individuals, even out at the cruise ship, need to visit these type of workshops, these type of training. So, we could expand. It's not just about sunshine and sea anymore. It's about building memories and experiences. And we have to play an integral part in this. And this is one of the things I'm hopeful that you express to UVI, to express to the aspirants that you call them.
I am sure that is a part of what's going to be introduced in the classes in my conversations, but I have not seen the final curriculum for that class, but that is a component of the class. The business transactions and the need for more than one form of payment, which includes the cash apps and different
and maybe too, just to add, I think that maybe at some point in time, maybe on an annual basis, just once a year, we come up with some kind of survey from our guests about our taxi drivers.
Yes, that's a good
Our operators. We have some excellent guys. I mean, I have some friends out there, they have the party bus, they have everything. They do some wonderful tours. Then we just have those one or two that just aim into the mustard at this time. So, Ms. Smith, I thank you for coming here today. Giving your testimony, doing your best. There's some ask of you. I'd like the clerk to repeat any of the asks. This good day? Madam Clerk, there were some through the chairs. Could you repeat them for me, please? So Ms. Smith and her team could provide that to this body.
Senator Heiliger Francis, she would like to know if the issue regarding the legality of the quorum of the board, has that been clarified? Senator Carla J. Joseph, she would like the last 4 months of collections to be provided. Senator Carla J. Joseph would also like the minutes from the Taxi Cab Commission Board from December 1st, 2024 through March 30th, 2025 to be provided. Senator Avery L. Lewis, he would like a full curriculum provided by UVI Cell. Ms. Smith indicated that she will present the actual names of the current board members. Senator Ray Fonseca inquired what is the number of taxi operators currently. And Senator Gittins inquired who produced today's testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ms. Smith, I'll give you 60 seconds to give your closing remarks.
I would like to thank
Ms.
this
Smith,
committee.
speak into the mic, come closer, do something. This is your closing, this is your hoorah.
Okay.
Tell the people.
Okay. I would like to thank the committee for inviting me here today to speak on these matters. Safety, traffic safety in the community, in taxi operating safety is of great concern to the Taxi Cab Commission as well. We do want our riders, our passengers, visitors, and locals alike to be safe. So we are also moving forward in improving our enforcement activities and enhancing our client-based services. So we appreciate your time in allowing us to present our concerns as well and sharing with you how we intend to address those issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. The Committee on Government Operations and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection in Block 2 will be hearing from the Virgin Islands Lottery. They'll be here. This committee stands in recess for 45 minutes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. And this afternoon we have in front of us the Virgin Islands lottery system. Can't win if you don't play. And when you play, everybody wins.
That's what you're talking about.
That's the first free advertisement you can hear, man.
I probably own this one again.
Yes. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Again, like I stated before, this afternoon we have the Virgin Island Lottery System Director Raymond Williams and his assistant, my Sunday school sister, Charlene.
You know what, church?
Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, could you read the agenda for Block 2 into the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The committee will receive testimony. The committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Virgin Islands Lottery, including, but not limited to, enabling law and jurisdiction, its current challenges, and a plan of action to resolve challenges and the following: the cybersecurity incident and the subsequent data restoration process and growth of the Virgin Islands Lottery system, among other topics. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2 for today's agenda.
Thank you. Director Williams, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Could you please introduce yourself, state your name and your position on the record, and the young lady next to you, please, before we begin.
Raymond J. Williams, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Lottery.
Charlene Proctor, Deputy Executive Director.
Great. Director Williams, are you ready to proceed?
As best as I can be, Senator.
Take it away. Proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Avery Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other members of the committee, and non-committee members present. My name is Raymond J. Williams. I am the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Lottery. Along with me today is Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Charlene Proctor. We were invited to provide an update on the operations of the Virgin Islands Lottery, and primarily to report on the recent cyber attack on our information technology systems, our challenges, and plan of action moving forward. We cannot provide specific details here today, as we do not want to provide information publicly that can give any bad actor or actors the opportunity to access our systems yet again, or to compromise ongoing federal investigations. The chronological background is that tickets for draw number 1048 had begun sales on St. Croix for 2 days on March 13th and 14th, and on St. Thomas, half a day on the 14th. On March 12th, the St. Thomas office experienced an environmental air quality event, which resulted in a shuttering of the district's office. Sales resumed on the 14th. On the morning of March 17th, 2025, upon arrival at the offices in both districts, our IT staff recognized that our systems were not operational and proceeded to make attempts at rebooting them. Not having success, we reached out to our consultant, SmartPoint Inc., who also attempted to reboot our systems remotely to no avail. SmartPoint immediately traveled to St. Croix to further evaluate the situation that same afternoon. Within a short period of their arrival and evaluation of their servers and systems, the reality of a ransomware attack was identified territory-wide. There was a ransom note found that basically said, if you want your encrypted information back, they would return same for a fee of $1 million. They would provide us with details on how to recover our data within a very short period of time. Our entire system had been encrypted, making it literally impossible for us to operate. Unlike a similar attack more than a year ago, where our system was attacked on St. Thomas, but we had backed up information stored on St. Croix, this time the bad actors were able to infiltrate our entire phone, computer, server, and software, etc., in both districts. After immediate discussions with our consultants and the Virgin Islands Bureau of Information Technology, BIT, we decided to move forward with identifying the equipment that was encrypted, initiating a case with CISA via BIT to get immediate technological support, starting a case file for the investigation of what, who, where, and when, attempting to recover our data, and beginning a path forward in reestablishing our IT systems. We recognized that the bad actor had basically put us out of business. Our IT team, which was our consultants, BIT, and our staff, started implementing steps at identifying patient zero, a technical term used to describe the organization of the infected equipment and isolating the actors and equipment physically. Attempts were made to recapture the encrypted information via various technology to no avail. Our immediate next steps were to utilize our backed up files to recreate our systems. Most of that information wasn't available, so we literally found ourselves having to rebuild an entire system from scratch. Over the next few weeks, we had all our servers, computers, and other systems sanitized, loaded with new security measures, and then we began an arduous process of rebuilding. The majority of our staff became computer data entry clerks. We spent almost 10 hours each day re-entering information from hard copies of sales receipts, price payments, and other information going back to drawing number 1027, which would have been in February of 2024, to draw number 1046, February of 2025. Our stellar staff performed this Herculean task without fail. We worked evenings, weekends, and holidays. We provided meals for several weeks to ensure that we kept our team focused on the task of getting back up and running. This process in rebuilding has been and continues to require more work as we want to bring the wave of opportunity back to its full potential. It took us approximately 7 weeks to be able to host our first drawing since the cyber attack. On Monday, April 28, 2025, we were finally able to host draw number 1047. Tickets for that draw, 1047 sales, were completed and meant to be drawn on March 13th. To ensure that most of the tickets for previous draws that would have expired within 180 days, we extended the expiration date to be equal to the amount of days the office was shuttered. We kept all our customers dealers, and our community informed as the weeks went by. We are grateful for this support from our community as we worked long days and weekends to bring us back to operational status. I want to emphasize several lessons learned throughout this entire experience and share with everyone with the sound of my voice today. Any individual, entity, or organization is susceptible to a cyber attack. Bad actors don't sleep and are forever looking for opportunities to infiltrate and encrypt hardware, software, or any other critical infrastructure that exposes a weakness. In organizations such as ours and the public and private sector, events like these continue to happen even if you follow the strictest protocols. We have learned that ensuring multiple backups of all your systems, to include having multi-factor authentication, along with multiple forms of security, are the backbone to preventing these attacks. Training, and more training is one of the guiding principles to ensuring everyone on our staff is competent enough to know and understand that phishing expeditions are always lurking everywhere and awaiting an opportunity. Investing in technology that will continuously monitor your daily work and blocking out chances for them to enter is always a must. We were able to restore our financial platforms and software such that we could start paying our vendors, staff, and other mandatory transfers within a short period of time. At no time were our bank accounts susceptible to this attack. Subsequently, we continued to rebuild our point of sales, our print and demand, and all other software systems we require to operate. There still remains work to be done, but we are now able to operate. Path forward. The VIL has several vacancies within our operation that we are working to fill. Those positions include our IT director, our marketing director, our marketing specialist, and chief of enforcement officer, to name a few. We have been challenged in recruiting persons who have stellar qualifications for some of these positions due to salary. And I emphasize that, and I want, for everyone, I'm sure this is a challenge throughout government. If you don't got money to pay, nobody coming to work for you. Simple as that. We have reached out to our commission and plan to address some of these vacancies in our FY26 budget cycle. As recommended, we will be migrating to the BIT platform as another resource in ensuring more resilience and secure systems. Although we have multiple challenges ahead of us, we remain steadfast in our goals to rebuild, fortify, and ensure resiliency. I once again take this opportunity to thank our awesome staff for their contributions in rebuilding the VIL. I thank our commission for their understanding and support. Senators, this presentation may not be as detailed as you may want, but always remember that an ounce of caution prevents a pound of cure. We stand ready to answer questions. Thank you, Committee Chair Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Before I go to my colleagues with a line of questioning, Director Williams, you talked about the cyber attack. I'm not going to get heavy in that, But I want to know, since then, have you put things in place to try to harden the system and so forth? Could you just expound or give me as much as you could on that?
Certainly. So prior to the second attack, we had initiated purchase of new servers because we needed to update those. But because supply chain and, the market, it took quite some time before we got them, but we have since received them and installed them. We have consulted and contracted with yet another cybersecurity company that tracks every minute of every day of all our systems. And how that works is that before anything is allowed in, it gets scanned, basically.
Yes.
In addition to that, we have multi-factor authentication, just like when you go on your phone to go to your bank,
yes.
They send you a code, you go do your facial and all of that kind of stuff. So there's multiple processes in place. And the backup portion of it, we have literally multiple backup systems in place. Every single day, both Ms. Proctor and I, along with our infrastructure and our IT group, gets a notice that it has been successfully backed up for that period.
So, thank you for that response. On page 4 of your testimony, if you mind flipping to page 4, I want you to explain me something. You talked about the downtime when you had the cyber attack. And in page 4, you talked about to ensure that none of the tickets for previous draws that would have expired within 180 days, we extended the expiration date to be equal to the amount of days the office was shuttered. Could you explain more?
So basically,
what does that mean?
For the entire period of time that would have been closed, tickets from drawing, I think as far back as 1045, if you purchase a ticket for a drawing, whichever drawing, you have 180 days to claim your prize. So within that period of time, there was a potential for some of the winning numbers to have expired. So that nobody lost their opportunity to be paid out, we took that period all the way up until April 28th. So you still have, even if your ticket would expire, let's say we're May 30, let's say it would expired May 28th, you still have another window of opportunity of 30 or more days to claim your prize.
Mm-hmm. So during that downtime, you're well aware that this is a business for plenty of people. So they wasn't making any monies. I'm just asking this question, I'm not 100% certain. Was there provisions, how to say? Was there an alternate anything for them to have done during that time period as it pertains to sales, or all sales had ceased?
Everything had ceased?
Whatever they had is what they had to use?
Correct.
Get rid of.
Correct.
So when you open back up, did you go back to that ticket number and put more tickets out there for that drawing?
What we did, so because all our systems were basically encrypted, tickets for 1047 had already closed. So that drawing was completed. We had just done maybe 2 days of draw number 1048. Because of our systems, how our systems operate, in order for you to ascertain a ticket, you have to first file a requisition, give the requisition to our cashiers, pay for it, and then it prints. We could not even print. So thanks to DPP, the print shop, they printed all our tickets for draw number 1048. Even those that were sold, we had to go through a process of pulling out everything that was sold for those first 2.5 days, and then a process of sorting by dealer.
Yes.
So that when the dealer came to the office, I just picture this table.
Well, everybody have their special numbers and their set of numbers they would ask
so
for, right?
those are organized. So let's say Avery Lewis, draw number, dealer number 105 came in, you provided the requisition to the cashier, and they would go to Avery Lewis Pack 105 and pull those numbers that you wanted to purchase.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open up the floor to a round of 8 minutes. We're going to begin with Senator Novelli Francis Jr., but before we go to Senator Francis, Junior, since the cyber attack, since that down period, how has sales been? Has it decreased, increased, or have we normalized, or you think we to the same number? Explain.
So, okay, our average sale is anywhere within the range of 48, 49 to as high as 53%. On draw number 1047, I think we're at 50, and then that was the first draw that we did since the attack. Draw number 1048, I think our sales were, because of the longer period of time, it was, which one is 1040? 1048 was at 54% because we had a longer window. And in draw number 1048, because we could not do the extraordinary drawing during that period, we attached the bonus prizes, the car, the cruise, the cash prize. And that, I think, helped in bolstering the sales to that 54%. So as of the drawing that took place today, 1049, our sales have been basically right back on target.
So 1049.
Drew today.
It already went to a comment.
It drew this at noon today.
Noon time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
And
you.
you didn't win, by the way. Sorry.
Thank you, Director Williams, for that response. Senator Novel Francis, Junior, you're recognized for your 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you, Mr. Raymond Williams, as well as Charlene Proctor for being here this afternoon. And thank you for your testimony. I want to ask you, and of course, I hope that other agencies have heed the warning in respect to the cyber attacks and the vulnerability that's out there for any and everybody. And I think going through BIT is certainly a step in the right direction. And I think eventually has been my long advocacy that most, if not all, of the agencies should be going through the GNOX Center at BIT. And I hope that we could see that happen in the near future. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Williams, in respect to some of the vulnerability that you have seen, have you put in place any type of a technological policy within the Virgin Islands Lottery, again, to prevent personal computers from coming in, careful hookups, making sure individuals don't allow for that vulnerability to happen because of infecting the system? Is there any type of a policy put in place?
Not immediately. We are in collaboration with BIT in terms of not only going or utilizing their backbone on the platform, but they have shared with us multiple training modules that our entire staff will be going through. In the previous attack, we, not a written policy, but the policy was that no employee could introduce any device into the office, whether a thumb drive or any type of device, onto any of our systems. Because if I've learned a very quick information technology lesson that the term phishing basically suggests that some bad actor is always trying to send. I'll give you a very quick example. If your email address is Raymond.Williams@VI Lottery, they spell Raymond RAYMON .Williams and leave off an I. And if you're not keen to that, that is an entry point. In the first attack, the worm, let's use that terminology, sat dormant in our system from November of the previous year. And as soon as that opportunity was introduced, we got licked down. So the training is the major aspect. To your question, yes, we are working with BIT, Mr. Jonathan Tucker, and I want to big him up today for all that he's been doing with us as our basic IT expert. And we're working to get our new IT director on board. We went back to our commission to have them amend our budget for FY25 to hopefully be able to improve that salary so that we can attract not just a competent person, but someone who can manage our entire infrastructure.
Okay, I don't want you to miss the the importance of this in terms of personal computers. I think that, coming from that background as well, and I've done a lot of cybersecurity training and OPSEC, it's important that you don't have the outside or personal computers allowed into the system, because again, that's where a lot of the vulnerability come in. So it's important that put in place and be prevented from occurring. So you want to make sure that your employees have, your Virgin Islands Lottery issued computers, and that's what's used on your system every single day. I wanted to move on from there in respect to, so are you up to date with your payments, vendors payment? Have you been able to catch up with all of your vendors payment thus far post the cyber attack?
We never missed a beat. VI Lottery takes serious pride in ensuring that our vendors are paid. We notified our vendors in advance, telling them that what took place. But the first phase of our recovery was to get our financial data structure back in line. And within, I would say, about 4 weeks, we were able to start cutting checks. The first checks were cut on April 3rd. We were able to pay our rent, our utilities, all our vendors, our staff, of course, never missed a paycheck. So yeah, we even did mandatory transfers within that period of time.
Okay, so you mentioned your staff were paid. Were winners or customers also paid up to date?
No.
You don't have anything outstanding for individuals that may have won the lottery, whatever prizes, and have they been able to collect on those?
Yes, and let me just, if you don't mind, we could have done the drawing anytime, because the drawing process and the apparatus is independent of everything else. So we could have done the drawing. Question is, we would not be able to pay out for previous drawings. We could have paid out for drawing 1047, but if Avery Lewis, dealer number 105, came in with tickets for 1046 or 1045 to exchange that payment to purchase new tickets, we couldn't pay that. So that's how we held off until April 28th to do a draw. But yes, ever since then, we've honored every ticket that has been a winning ticket.
Okay, also dealers have been made whole. You don't have anything outstanding for your dealers. They have been able to make up for whatever loss, wages that they have incurred as a result of this. By sales, you have been able to address those concerns?
Let me say that our dealers are independent contractors. Our dealers are entrepreneurs. Several of them asked if they could collect unemployment. We couldn't provide that to them because they're not an entity within our organization. But more to your answer, as soon as we reopened, the dealers came, they got their tickets, their new tickets, they did their sales, so they're back on track with sales.
Is the Virgin Islands Lottery currently profitable?
Absolutely. Don't ask me for a number though.
I'll find out the number shortly. And is your employees unionized?
Some of them are cashiers or
1 minute.
cashier supervisors or drivers. There are two bargaining units. We are currently in an impasse with negotiations with our enforcement staff.
Okay, because I heard you talk about some salary prohibitions. So the exempt employees, you do have some leverage in being able to hire those individuals and adjust the salary to be able to attract good employees?
The goal is we have always been attractive, we've always been competitive, but clearly in the industry in general, we've been seeing where other entities within government, where we pride ourselves and say we could pay better than everyone else, they're moving into that realm. So now our goal is to go back to the commission for FY26 when we do the budget and say, hey, we need to become more competitive. We need more room. We have the capacity, the financial capacity to pay, so we need more room.
And I guess my final question on this round, I just heard my time call. There's this notion, or I have heard concerns about the ball drop versus the computerization of the drawings. Have you been able to do an assessment? I know that the traditional way was the ball drop some years ago. Have you been able to do an assessment to make a determination which way is certainly more feasible, credible, brings integrity to the system in regards to the ball drop versus computerization?
I'm so appreciative of that question because for 6 years I've been here and we've answered to that. The random number generator technology that we use for our drawing, it is a global draw process. The only place within the gaming industry on the lottery side that utilizes a quote-unquote ball drop manual process is Puerto Rico. And when I say globally, I'm talking about Europe, Asia, Africa, the United States, Canada. Everyone uses the random number generator. It is the industry best standard, So, one of the things I want to say on the record is that we get those same questions a lot because people have their preferences and I can appreciate it, but we are utilizing what is the industry best standard. The savings in time, material, labor, the fact that we use print on demand, whereas in the past, maybe 3 years ago, when you had to print 34,000 sheets of paper and only sold 16 to 17,000, you had to destroy the rest of it. In our process now, if we sell 14,000 or 30,000, that is all we print. We don't waste paper. So there's savings all around. The time it takes the process to happen is also significantly improved. We can do drawings in both districts. I could come to Emancipation Garden, which we did recently, and do the drawing there. We can do the drawing anywhere. As opposed to the manual draw process, just picture those big urns or churns, whatever you call them. No. So the process that we use is the most formidable process in the industry.
Yeah, I think certainly the doing it in the sunlight or sunshine, I think would be good if you could do some virtual drawings. I think will help to bring some credibility to the system. So that's something you should probably consider every quarter or so, at least do something where it's virtually displayed so the public can see the process there. My final question is in regards to rollover. Is that something that may be done away with in the near future in regards to rollovers? Or what are you doing in that space of rollover issue that seems to also concern the public?
So, Senator,
thank you, Chairman, for the time. You could answer on the Chairman's time, please. Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you for another good question because we've had these conversations as earlier I was attending one of our former employees' funeral and this guy was asking me, so when are we going back to rollover? We're never going back to rollover. Rollover probability statistics prove that is always a losing proposition for the VI lottery. It happened for a period of time in the VI lottery and it went away immediately. Just picture first prize, grand prize, $175,000, doesn't play today, Friday. It rolls over 10, 12 days later to the next drawing. You still pay the same $30 for a ticket, but you have an opportunity to double your earning. The VI lottery doesn't see that revenue. So if all our prizes were to play on that second spin or on a third rollover, we'd be bankrupt in that immediate short period of time. So the rollover is never going to happen, at least not in my tenure.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your response. Thank you, Senator Francis. Ms. Proctor, the director spoke about in his page 5 of his testimony, he spoke about 4 different positions. How many vacancies do you currently have at lottery?
2 cashiers.
We have about 7 vacant positions, including these, we have cashier positions vacant.
Are we advertising those positions as yet?
Yes. The short answer is yes. Just that, between the shutdown and, every time we try to take 10 paces forward, like we roll back a few, but it is my absolute goal to have, if not all, 90% of these positions staffed by August.
By August, okay. All right. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 8 minutes.
See money there, Papa.
Well, sir, Papa. See money day. You know, I want to follow up on the two questions that the budget chairman just asked with the balls and the rollover. And you say that the rollover is not profitable for the VI Lottery Commission. And I can see where it's not profitable, but I remember December 2024, the grand prize was $500,000. I bought a sheet of ticket, no drawing. There was no winner for December. So the $500,000 didn't roll over because I was looking for January. Now I know instead of 175, it's going to be at least 250 or something. January drawing was still 175. So I can see why you say you ain't going to go to the rollover because it's not profitable. However, it's not fair for you to keep the whole $500,000 for December and don't add something on to January. So it got to be a medium there where we know the lottery is anytime you gamble, the gambler establishment making money. But that was a whole 500,000 Papa that the lottery kept and didn't add anything on to January. And then they had the hack and thing in February, so people was now saying, well, wait a minute. I remember when I used to see the ball and it was a 15 and the next ball was a 5 and then I know what the number is. I could write it down. Right now we to a system where you telling us which number, but we ain't seen it with our eyes. So people naturally is going to question, well, is that really the number? I know when I see the ball, I know what the winning number is and they repeat it on TV. And that was a good system. So I am saying that you have to be fair. And I don't know if we need to look at the law, but if you have a big drawing, 500,000, I know I bought a sheet and nobody won that 500,000. Come January now, you know I buying a sheet because, you know, January, 175, it's going to be at least 253. No, it was back down to 175. So $500,000. So I know you got to be able to pay all your customers and the dealers and everybody because that was a 500,000. So my question is, right? Why is it that we can't go back to the bars? I know you're trying to tell me that the industry standard and everything, but our people is we want to see the number. I ain't trusting the thing no more, As a matter of fact, since January, me buy a ticket. Me even buy $1 worth of ticket because I figured the system wasn't fair. And quite honestly, right, I've been waiting for 5 months for you to come by here, the Lottery Commission, for me to have this opportunity to answer this question because and I'm sure a lot of the folks in the community is looking forward. I mean, if you have a drawing for 500,000 and nobody win a cent out of that 5, the VI lottery keeps that money because I didn't go to January. So we need to look at it, and as lawmakers, we need to look at that because that $500,000, the VI lottery should not be allowed to keep that. It should be something where the community gets a little bit more money. Well, sir, Papa, whole $500,000. So, okay, so now let's get to the side.
You want me to answer your question, Senator?
No, you can answer on the chair's time.
Because you just said
No, you can answer the chair time. One person talk at a time. So I wanted to go now to the cyber attack, right? Because it's an investigation that's ongoing.
Correct.
Okay. So is it being handled by the feds or locals or is it both?
It's basically been held processed through BIT. BIT has an organization that I think they're members of through the federal government called CISA. Don't ask me what the acronym means, but basically they were the ones that came in. Once we notified BIT, they also came in, and bottom line, one of the goals is to identify the bad actor, to identify the patient zero. So what it does, it helps all of us globally to know Fonseca is patient zero. The bad actor, let we go for Fonseca. So that's part of that investigation.
Okay, well, I know Avery Lewis was dealer 105 all year, but okay. So now the backup. Explain to me what you're doing differently now with the backup, so that they can't get into the backup and affect it like that, because that was a real serious breach. How is the backup changed now that they can't get into the backup?
Well, so we're now, and I'm not going to give you detail, but I'm just going to say that we're utilizing multiple types of backup systems, not just one, not just storing information in one place. It's stored multiple places on a daily basis.
Okay, and so just to be clear, I know you said it already, but they did not affect your bank account. They did not take no money out, withdrawal, no dollars was exchanged.
The only way you can affect our bank account, you're going to affect the bank.
Okay, so that's good to know. So now let me ask you, the process with the lottery, because I know you help the community, you give, et cetera, et cetera. So now, since you got that $500,000, are you going to consider giving the retirees a little bit extra in this year, 2025? Can we ask you to give consideration to give the retirees a little bit more?
So, Senator, how the law operates, whatever the lottery generates in revenue, there's a percentage set by code of what mandatory transfers we pay out. So the more money we make, the more goes to GRS, goes to education, to human services, to Veterans Affairs, and to the Horse Racing Commission.
Okay,
1 minute.
So that means this year there'll be a little bit more coming to the retarees.
It doesn't mean that, not because your chronology of the $500,000. It's based on gross net revenues after a certain percentage of what we are allowed to maintain to pay out our bills. So the lottery don't benefit. Okay, let me get that clear. There's no benefit for the lottery in this product.
Okay, real quick. So you have some CDs, right? You have some CDs, some certificate.
We had. The word is had.
Had. So
Yes.
you don't have any CDs?
We have our monies invested in treasury notes. At present, we have one CD that is going to expire shortly that will also be placed into treasury notes.
So what's the value of that CD?
I don't think I want to answer that question
You
right
don't
now,
want to
Senator.
answer?
No.
Okay, so you don't have any money markets, you don't have any mutual
We
funds?
have money market. We have different vessels that we use to invest our dollars in, and then we maintain a certain amount of money for operational expenses and price payments, etc.
Okay, through the chair, I'm going to ask you provide the committee with a detailed listing of all of the money markets, mutual funds, savings accounts, CD, and any other financial investments of the Virgin Islands Lottery. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Director Williams.
Can I?
Huh?
I want to respond.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because we need to stop putting into our community's mind, our customers and etc., that the lottery for some reason makes money and keeps the money. The lottery doesn't keep anything. In our prize, our what you know as a scheme, our prospectus, and every regular drawing, there's a potential of almost 4,700 prizes, 5 major prizes, and what do I call it? With the last number, let's take a last one. The terminals, and there's a series of other prizes that we can pay out. If you were to look at what takes place throughout the U.S., let's just use the U.S., the prospectus pay out for the average around the U.S. is 74%. We're 91%. It doesn't mean that that happens, but the potential for that, if our tickets are sold, they will be paid. If the tickets are not sold, we can't pay a prize. But to Senator Fonseca, the money don't stay in the lottery. The money goes back out into the community in a large way. One of our former commissioners renamed the lottery as not the VA lottery, but the Department of Sponsorship. We spend and put out a lot of money into our communities in arts, sports, music, education, pharmaceuticals, you name it. Everybody comes to lottery for something. So according to the chair, when he started out, when you play the VA lottery, everybody wins. You might not have won the $500,000, but your child, your grandchildren, somebody in your family may have benefited through an organization of sports or arts or something. The money doesn't stay with the lottery. The money goes back out into the community. So we gotta stop trying to get people worked up into thinking, okay, the $500,000 prize in play this time. The days that all the prizes play, the five prizes play, and the average that we look at paying out, we might have not even sold the amount of tickets or generated the amount of revenue to match that. So now I gotta go to the bank to make that difference. That's one thing. On the ball drop, I thought I was clear on that. If you play Mega Million or Powerball, how you think that drawing is the exact same way that we do it now? You ever hear anybody questioning in our community the trust in the Powerball or Mega Million? No, it is the same thing. There's nothing to see. It's a algorithm that a computer generates 34,000 numbers, and just for an example, let's say then in the computer doing so, and then it spits out information. The industry requires certain protections that we have to maintain, the protocols that we have to maintain. There's really, what you see on TV in a lot of instances, even with the Puerto Rico drawing, they can afford to do the drawings live because they have a TV station to do that. In the average state, Powerball and Mega Million drawings are done in Tallahassee, Florida. Every state that are members of those of that organization called Muscle, we, the VI Lottery, and all other states must reconcile that drawing. We have staff that go to work every night that there's a Powerball or Mega Million drawing to reconcile the drawing. You don't see anything, but then there's opportunities where the drawing takes place at 12 o'clock. By 12:01, they have something that demonstrates the balls popping up. We have that as well. The problem is that where do we air that stuff? We don't really, we started to work on an agreement with Channel 12 where we could do that so that people could, quote unquote, see. You come to my office when we're doing a drawing, you're going to stand up there and you're looking to say, what happened? What is drawing happening? The drawing happening right there, but it's nothing physically that you're going to see.
Thank you for that response. Director Williams, you started to say something just before this last response, and I want you to go a little more in depth in it. Based on code, what all are you mandated to pay out? So
we, to the Department of Human Services, we pay a transfer. I can't tell you off the top of my head because my mom just said I'm heading like totally there. But there's a distribution of percentages that by code we pay to Human Services for medication for indigent people in our community who can't afford it. We pay Educational Initiative Fund, which was just, the Inspector General just did a review of. We do. Oh, okay, so my deputy, my brain over here, told me it was 15% for pharmaceutical, for Education Initiative, and 10% to the GRS. We pay the GRS.
How much for education? Excuse me, how much for education?
Education
15%.
So we just got a check in April to the GRS for $2.27 million. Oh, that's the total. Okay, I apologize, but I think it's like $500 and something $1,000 that went to the GRS.
Wait, walk with me here, Director. Education, GRS,
And pharmaceutical.
and human services.
Human Services.
Pharmaceutical. We call it pharmaceutical.
That's human services.
Human Services, yes. Mhm.
So that's 3 entities by code.
And then Horse Racing Commission, there's a split there. There's also an amount that we pay to Veterans Affairs.
Thank you. We're going to go to Senator Carla J. Joseph for her 8 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, as well as the Executive Director of the Lottery, Mr. Raymond Williams, as well as Ms. Proctor. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks.
I could be better, Senator, but I'm thanking God for me being able to appear here today.
Amen. That's a beautiful thing. I want to start off before I ask my line of questioning with an article that I received some time back. And it's from News is My Business. It states that the cost of cyber crime globally has been estimated at $10.5 trillion in 2025, more per year than all natural disasters combined, and generating more illegal profits than the global drug trade. In fact, this article goes on to state that cybercrime is the third largest economy in the world, behind the US and China. In terms of the sheer volume of money that is being moved, Rodriguez said. This was a gentleman who was doing Alberto Rodriguez, and he's a cybersecurity expert and co-founder and CEO of Millennial Networks. And he further went on to say, it's a huge industry, and unlike what we may believe, that is some young person or older person or one lone ranger in the basement, right, carrying out these crimes. That is not the case. What is happening, you have a lot of big nations with big budgets that are behind of this type of ransomware and preying on other nations where they may be hearing that there may be some vulnerabilities in their system. So that is what's happening. It's a big business. So with all of that said, and I already read in your testimony, Mr. Williams, and I know one of my colleagues mentioned it, that you stated on page 5, at no time were our bank accounts susceptible to this attack. But you mentioned several games that were, and those games include point of sales and point on demand. Tell us, and you are currently rebuilding these type of games, correct?
Senator, those are not games.
What are they?
Those are operating systems.
Okay, so these are, I just wanted to be clear. It wasn't clear in your testimony. So the point of sales operating system and the point on demand operating system are being rebuilt?
Print on demand, not point.
Point on demand,
right.
Sorry.
Print on demand. So how it works is that you got to purchase a ticket before it's printed. So, you come to the window, you make your transaction, the sale is executed, and that number generates into another software that prints that ticket.
Okay. So those systems, and you could tell evidently that I don't be playing the VI lottery like that. I don't, but I know people who do, and that's a good thing. So these sales in consideration, or these systems rather that you've been utilizing, how far have they been rebuilt?
It's kind of a difficult question, Ms. Proctor. has more detail on that stuff because she deals with it.
Okay, so just give us a percentage.
I would
of how
say
much
that
of
we're
these
at
are
least
built.
90% back functional and functionality, but there's still a bunch of little tweaks, technical tweaks that have to be made to make, not to make it whole, but to ensure that the protections are there, number one. A perfect example in our financial or financial software system, it's called Great Plains. We still have to get to the HR portion of that to get that rebuilt. We're working on like our ability to pay, to work with the banks for our payrolls and stuff like that. So there's certain tweaks because you're rebuilding from scratch. The companies that provide that software, they lost a lot of their employees. So the people who built that system, some of them aren't there anymore. So it's a learning, like I like you say, you start from Head Start, and we're heading towards 12th grade now.
Okay, but you're saying basically that you're almost there in completing the rebuilding of these softwares. You're 95% complete, correct?
You agree, Ms. Proctor?
Yes. Because
Okay.
we are back
Now,
printing tickets on
Go
demand.
ahead, Ms. Proctor.
Now, so we are back printing tickets on demand. We printed for draw 1049, and for 1050 presently we are also printing.
Now, I started off my line of questioning with this quote from the news, news is my business. Did you pay the ransomware?
Nope.
The $1 million?
Not at all.
Not a penny?
Not a dime.
Okay, good. Because then they would be coming back for more, and you have to now be on your guard that it's quite possible, since you didn't pay, that they are going to go after other sources of your softwares and your programming. So I'm sure that's why you're looking for someone who could help you manage and be very protective of the system that you have in place. Now,
Okay.
I understand that you didn't have any lapses in the payment to your employees and your vendors, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
What about your payment to the government of the Virgin Islands that you're obligated by statute?
We paid $2.27 million in April to all of the mandatory transfers.
That was the total.
That's the total. Education.
Mandatory. Okay.
I think
In April.
GRS. Let Ms. Proctor give her the number.
Pharmaceutical and educational, we paid $561,254, and GRS we paid $374,169. Now let me just clear up the $2.27 million. This was to answer Senator Fonseca's question with GRS when he was speaking about giving extra. We gave quarterly, we gave 10% to GRS based on mandated transfers, but there's also another part of the law which states that we have to, the total given to GRS has to be $2.27 million.
And that's, even so, if the percentage doesn't round up, we have to still pay that difference to get it to the 2.27.
Point. Okay, understood. Mr. Chairman, I do have one burning question, and if you would allow me.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so kindly. I wanted to ask you, just in consideration for what happened and the breaches that occurred, what would you do differently here, Director Williams?
Like I highlighted in some of my testimony and subsequent to that, we've been doing a whole lot of things differently in ensuring, and there's never, ever a guarantee, because to your point, based on what you read, within the local government, there are other entities that suffered cyber attacks as well. The idea that you got to be able to invest in new technology, you got to continue to follow the trends of the new technology, because every day you do something new, they're picking up on what you're doing. and mastering and bettering it. So it is a perpetual process. You can't just do two things and be comfortable. You gotta just keep going and going. So it's a costly process, but to protect our bottom line, that's the direction we're going in.
And you have noted in your testimony that you also have to invest in people, not just the technology, but the people.
Correct.
To actually do that work. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I appreciate your leniency.
Thank you. Director Williams, two quick questions before we move on to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You pride yourself, and I heard you said about 2 or 3 times in your testimony, praising your staff. You did some big word, Herculean, awesome, If I give you a chance, you're putting tremendous, you're going up the road with it. You, like any other agency, I guess morale have its days, up and down. What do you do for your customers at lottery?
We sell them tickets, number one. We pay them prizes.
Tell me how you treat them. Tell me how you treat them in terms of your give back to the community.
So we very often, like when we do our extraordinary drawings, we nothing is for free. Let me start there. Okay, because we're not in the business of giving our money for free.
No, I ain't say give money.
Yeah, no, but it costs money to do the things that you're asking. So for our dealers in particular, we host dealer appreciation luncheons. We give them the last 2 luncheons we did, I think it was in February. The top selling dealer in each district, the second top dealer in each district, if I'm not mistaken, they got a cruise for 2, and what was the other prize?
Top dealer got the cruise, and they also got hotel stays.
And hotel stays and stuff like that. But to all the other dealers that show up, they get awards as well and different little trinkets.
The reason why I ask that, because a lot of time we hear about the bad, but we never really hear the good. And at times, you guys don't do a good job with tooting your own hand, and giving yourself the praise. I know things ain't 100% at lottery, but you try. So sometimes we have to put these type of things on the records. What's the guidelines when it comes to sponsorship? Let me finish this thought.
Okay.
What's the guideline? 1 and 2, is there a budgeted amount per district, or it's what the committee decides or the director decides? How does that go? Could you expound on that?
So there's promotions, and then there's sponsorships. We generally budget a number each fiscal year, but some of the times we may exceed, some of the times we don't. We can get, I can't remember off the top of my mind the number of sponsorship applications we get every year. As a matter of fact, we continue to see a repetition of requests from the same people every year. We try to spread the wealth out as best as we can. Initially, I wasn't big on the promotional end because I did not believe that we should be taking the government money to get people to make money. So how do we counter that? For anything we sponsor in promotion-wise, like if we sponsor a reggae concert or something like that, they gotta give us the equivalent, most equivalent to what we're investing, so that, like for VIP passes, whatever. So we do what's called a second chance drawing. And if you purchase a ticket, enter that number for that special and extra drawing, we do that draw, and whoever wins get those tickets to go to the concert, or we do in our regular second chance draw. In each district, I think there's at least 1 or 2. There's a $200 gift prize that you can go to a local vendor that we have arrangements with, dinners, hardware stores, electronics, that you can, and jewelry, that you can go and exchange that prize.
Southland Gaming is in charge of the VLTs?
Yes.
What is the percentage does Virgin Islands Lottery receive from them?
Okay, so it depends. It's a formula that basically, that if you are a VLT, a retailer,
Yes, sir.
your 22% of the net income goes to the retailer. So I'll give you an example. One dealer listed, it's called money in, that's put into the machine, $126,000 in, 119 out. So the net on that would be about $6,800. That dealer during that day would have yielded $1,500. So there's a percentage for that. And then at the net income encompassed, where it comes to, so there are two different things. You have retailers and you have what are known as entertainment centers. Entertainment centers are managed by Southland Gaming. Those are the bigger facilities, not the mom and pops, like Lucky Streak, Winter Circle 1 and 2, and the one in St. John Pirates Club. So there's a different percentage spread. The more money they make, the percentage by a graduation process is what we get out of it.
Okay. And that goes in your coffers?
Some of it, but then a lot of it also goes into the mandatory transfers.
Good. Senator Alma Francis Heilega, you're recognized for your 8 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to my staff, testifiers. My first question specifically has to do, I want to hone in a little bit more on these cyber attacks because you're not the only governmental agency that's come before us that has said that they have dealt with cyber attacks. One thing we keep hearing is that we're not paying. I don't know why they don't come threaten island people because they don't get no place. I don't know why, because I wouldn't pay them either. But the question I want to ask, because this has happened to you guys, from the executive branch, have you guys had a collective conversation with other agencies to see how we could potentially be shoring up the government collectively across the board? Because I know the police department, the hospital, you guys, so many different agencies has come and told us the same thing.
We have had conversations with BIT, specifically I've had conversations with the governor and his chief of staff. His chief of staff is one of our technology people. Before he took that job at the court systems. So, just having conversations with them, and through their advice, they said, look, this BIT is very much more robust and hardened. So we said, well, hey, we're going to follow that pattern. We're going to put our platforms and our backbones with BIT. In addition to what we have.
Was an analysis done to see how much money that was potentially lost to the lottery during that time period you guys were not functioning? And if you do have that number, did you guys come up with a contingency plan to potentially replace that funds in your budget for the year?
So no, not to replace it, but within the period of time from about the 17th of March to about the 28th, 27 days, we lost between ticket sales and ticket revenue, sales, same thing, payroll expenses, fringe, costs to feed our staff and stuff like that, maybe about $1.4 million. And in terms of the recovery, as the draws progress, as long as we maintain the percentage of sales, those numbers, you don't recapture that because that's already gone. But the percentage of sales, as long as they're consistent, we're to date, I think somewhere about in traditional, I think we're somewhere in the neighborhood of about I had a number here earlier. In traditional sales, we've lost about 43% over the fiscal year of what we were budgeted to make. And that's just traditional.
I want to ask, I wanted to ask a question pertaining the sales overall, because I know you guys said that you were having issue with some of the illegal games that happened throughout the territory, and you guys also had some issues with enforcement. What is the status of that, and have any of your new efforts that you are putting out helped decrease some of these illegal games that you saw going around, that you came and directly said was having a negative impact on the VI lottery?
I guess I can answer that several ways, but with the amendments that were passed back in December, we're waiting to do some training with the AG's office from the enforcement perspective, and actually educating our enforcement team on what that law speaks to in terms of forfeiture. How do you go after those actors? From the other games perspective, we added new games through CLS, Caribbean Lottery, that would counter some of the Quanella, the Trifecta, and all those games. But we have an appetite in our community, because those games that are equal to theirs, they don't have to pay a tax on that. But our earnings from that, you can earn more by playing our games. Puerto Rico Lottery, we've seen a decrease in the sales of those in our community.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy to hear there's a little bit more of a balance in regards to that. From what you're seeing trend-wise, with the other lotteries that bring in funds, also with our local VI lottery, what do you think we can do to potentially maximize or even bring in more funds into this lottery that could help it reach to a higher peak?
So the thing is this: we live in a community that the numbers are static. So adding new games, all it really does, it moves the money around, because you're not going to generate any greater level of revenue. If we open a new entertainment center like we did at Lucky Street, we're going to open the one at the racetrack. People follow and they chase grand prize money. So you'll look and you'll see in different reporting where dealer number, well, not dealer number, Avery, who got the rum shop around the corner, got 10 machine, he gonna make $100. Fonseca, who got a bar and restaurant down the street from Avery, got 20 machines, he gonna make X. Then Alma comes along and opens an entertainment center. So Alma gonna take all the money from both of them. So that's how people follow and chase these games.
I could deal with that. If I was a gambling person, I tried to play the slots once. I lost $1 and I was done with it. Everybody's different. But I want to thank you for answering the questions for me. I really appreciate the direct responses. I will continue to listen as my colleagues question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll be by your spot just now. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 8 minutes. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. Asking ahead of time, can I get 18 minutes instead of 8? Thank you.
Go ahead with the 4.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. My condolences to you and the family again.
Thank you.
And the passing. So I definitely feel like I gotta go a little easier today. We've had this conversation time again, even at our favorite restaurant. What you call again?
Where? In Miami? Bonefish Grill. Yeah.
But you know, I know that most US-based lottery systems, as you've been stating, have moved from to modernize their system from their drawing methods to the digital system for cost savings and even efficiency. But what's good for one jurisdiction isn't necessarily good for the next. And as I look at this, besides the loss of the traditional ball drop, we run a risk still of the cybersecurity attacks that we are seeing. There's a lack of visual transparency, which people are more comfortable with, and there's a loss of public trust in this system. I'm one of those people that have multiple ticket numbers that special numbers that I play. And for the amount of years playing these special numbers and not hitting it once between first prize and fifth prize, when you play the VI lottery, everybody can win. Okay, that's where I'm at, speaking from a personal perspective. But let me ask you quickly, why did we move from this system and move away from the traditional ball drop system to what it is currently?
You're asking me, say that again, please.
Yeah, why did the lottery system move away from the traditional ball drop drawings that players can actually physically witness?
So there's number one, cost savings. Number two, industry standard. You made a statement that locally, you know, we hear, you and I have had this conversation for 6 years, and I keep trying to allude to the fact that if you want me to say it on the record, with a ball drop, there's potential for theft, okay? Because it's a human factor. You know, I could stick a ball up my shot, and when I say the one chamber with the prizes coming down, in that chamber, there's all the prize payment numbers. All but the 4 or 5 top prize numbers are different colored. So when that one green ball coming down and it run down the tube, I could pull out that number from out of my sleeve and match it to that. So, you know, I try not to go there, but, you know, I think this is where we need to understand. That is one thing itself.
Hold a second for me. Okay, you're going to the extreme about ball going down sleeve and all kind of thing. That's easily addressed. Don't wear long sleeve if that's the case. And I am not talking about where you're handling the ball. I'm talking about having the ball in a basket and you spin in the basket actually. So you're not actually handling the ball where you could stick anything down. In any one of these systems that we use, we have to look at the security mechanisms for either one. But you're going to the extreme about the integrity of ball going down sleeve and whatnot. If that's the case, that's easily addressed for that. But anyway, let's move on to how are your now computerized system audited and who oversees these process?
So we pay a contractor that quarterly comes in to review the algorithm, to review the process. Every drawing that we host, there's a series of people, the security mechanisms to ensure that nobody tampers with the equipment. Similar to a voting machine, it has a tag with a number in there. There's a lock on that system. We have cameras on it. The morning before the draw, we have what's known as a draw manager who looks at every piece. It starts with the enforcement team unlocking the equipment, recording the numbering to make sure that seal wasn't broken, to make sure that the same seal that was put in place didn't change. Then there's a series of pre-draws that are done by the draw operator. We have a draw auditor, what you would have known in the past as a drawing board. One of those members come to oversee the process. There's a series of codes that must be entered by 3 different people prior to a drawing taking place to ensure the integrity of the drawing.
Okay, so I'll use that last response for my next question, which was going to ask you to provide the details about any third-party oversight or the certification for the random number generator. So you've satisfied that. Now, again, so you're hard bent on not returning to the ball drop process, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which I believe is all right, strike that. You said most absolutely?
Absolutely correct. That's what I said.
And that's industry standards again.
1 minute.
Absolutely correct. And because our sales proves out that, contrary to what some people think, that, you know, people say they ain't playing no more, because they win. Look, I've heard this story 1 billion times. Bottom line is, our revenues, our sales are consistent. It's not falling off. If I saw our sales falling off by a ridiculous number, then we have to look at other things. It's not about a drawing, but we can do other things with our prospectus. In the past, we've gone before our board about 3 years ago to look at the overall prospectus and how we pay our prices by killing some of those smaller prices, incorporating those dollars into some of the higher prices, like from 175, taking it to 200, and different things like that. But we always got to remain consistent with the idea that the dollars stay the same. They don't change within the community.
All right, this is what I'll ask you, because we need to plan to restore the public's confidence in the continued operation of our lottery system. The Powerball in Florida, the Mega Million drawings in Atlanta are all still conducted using a ball drop system.
That's not
They
correct.
use two separate mechanical ball drawing machines. One have the white balls in there that you were talking about, the colors and whatnot, with numbers 1 to 70. And 5 balls are drawn from this machine. The second machine contains the gold colored balls numbered from 1 to 25 and a Mega Million ball that is drawn from that machine. I'm not asking for the air mix technology or a technology where you're going to be handling the ball, but even looking at the old traditional hand spinning basket that they used to use and televise it. We have the government access channel that we can utilize. You as a government agency, this could be videoed and everybody is seeing the process of the ball drop.
Senator, I'm going to say to you, random number generator, you spoke about Powerball and Mega Million. Exactly what we do here is exactly what happens in Florida. Each state, members of the consortium, have to reconcile the drawing. They don't do anything different than we do here. What you see is basically, what's the word? Because they have the resources, we have the mechanism in place. If you come into the office when the draw is on, you'll see the balls popping up on our monitors. To your point, we've been in talks with Channel 12 as a public broadcast station to do that for us. So many things have happened that we didn't complete that, but to your point, we can also use the public access channel. But I just want to make it clear, the systems for drawing is consistent in the VI as it is in all the states across the U.S. that participates in the Muscle and NASPL consortium. They don't do nothing different than we do. You have faith in the Powerball and the Mega Million drawing. The only difference is that each state pays into an insurance, to your point about rollover. That's why they have rollover, because we have insurances that all states pay into to protect that. rollover, not at all. I think it would be asinine, to say the least, to say we're going to do any kind of a rollover. But to Senator Gittins, again, the process is the same, just as what you may see, it's televised from the perspective that the drawing has happened, they pop up, the balls go into the chambers, and it's an air-blown process. We have that ability because we went to the contractor after listening to those concerns, just that, and I don't make excuses for myself, I'm just saying that time has not been our best friend, and in a small society and community that we got Channel 8 Live no more, we could have paid that to show that. So to your point, we definitely have to make that happen, but I want to ensure our community over again, nothing different here than Florida, Canada, Asia, Europe, same mechanism for drawings. Have confidence in what you have.
I'll say here and I'll close. For you to really ensure that the community feels that transparency, engage with the community feedback and don't just knock what they're saying. These are the people who are your customers, who must feel that things are going right, seeing that it's efficient and feeling that it is actually transparent in the process. And when you made your statement there just now, I was not talking about a digital pop-up and whatnot. I was actually talking about the actual basket drop. As dinosaur as it might sound, again, we have to get this integrity and the comfort level of players to come back out and trust what's going on at the lottery system so that people can stay in the game. Otherwise, people are going to move away from it for real. I mean, it's not just a talk. People are not playing as they used to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully, at some point, they can understand that we really need to engage community feedback and bring the integrity of this game back to the level it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Director Williams, you...
And I want to say to Senator Gittins again, numbers don't lie. What you're representing is that people are not playing. Our numbers stay consistent. Our revenues stay consistent. I run into 1 million people every day. That's a main playing lottery no more because I don't win. I know people that tell me they take over tickets from their great-grandfather 75 years ago, and they still never win, but they still play. The integrity in the system is solid. It is this philosophy or this theory that people aren't playing anymore, it's absolutely not correct. People are still playing. Our numbers are reflecting that.
And I am probably guilty of that too. The amount of time I told my 2 dealers that I am not playing anymore, yes. And I still continue to play. Right. My thing is about community engagement. You cannot dismiss the way people feel about this process. We got to find some middle ground and try to just work it together. That's what I'm saying.
And I don't think that we dismiss anything in terms of community engagement. I said earlier that we have actually paid an actuary to look at our prospectus.
Yeah, but when you're going to say, don't mind the public saying X, Y, Z, bam, bam, you can't say don't mind them because these are the people that's in there purchasing your tickets. You have to mind them.
So I don't think I ever said don't mind them. I'm not crazy. I would never say don't mind them. I would never say that because those are the people that pay my paycheck. But at the end of the day, again, when people tell us they want to see this, like Senator Fonseca alluded to the rollover, a lot of people would roll up and say, I want to see this. I want to see the number ball. I want to see this. What do? You spoke to using a thing that is preposterous because I can't put balls in a bag or a basket or some chain and still do an algorithm. That is illegal. You know, in helping us to promote the integrity of the program, you got to start telling people that the lottery is following best practices, not what Joe Blow and Mary Sue think should happen. Because best practice is global, it's not territorial.
Thank you for that response. Thank you, Senator Gittins. Thank you, Director Williams. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, and thank you, Director Ray Williams. You know, I'm also a Ray Williams. I'm Ray Williams Fonseca. So, but I got to follow up on the Vice President's statement with the ball, because, you know, here's what happened with the Powerball. If the prize is 100 million and it don't sell, right? You know what happened? The next time it go up to 150 million and 150 and 150. So I would think they are utilizing the best practices because that's the biggest lottery in town. But I want to ask you one question, because you said there's about 35,000 tickets in a drawing. 34,000. Okay. So say there's 34,000 tickets in the drawing for today, but you only sold 30,000 tickets. How many numbers are being pulled? Is it 30,000 tickets you sold or the 34,000 that you have?
34.
All 34,000 numbers.
So you see what I mean?
Algorithm.
The lottery got 4,000 tickets for you.
I can't win.
You see, you got 4,000 tickets for you, and everybody else only got one ticket. So it's an unfair system, and that's why the Vice President was saying you have to rebuild the confidence. It's stacked. The deck is too stacked. You ain't doing a Powerball system where if the Powerball don't sell, it roll over. Well, it don't roll over, but it get bigger and bigger and bigger. You don't do that, because the 500,000 from December, the lottery for January didn't even go up 1 cent.
Oh my God.
Well, Sir Popa, thank you very much, Mr.
Director,
Chair, for the time.
let me try to understand something here. I see Mr. Gittins, Senator Gittins, give me 1 second. If you have 34,000 tickets.
Balls.
Ticket.
Well, balls and tickets, correct.
Right? And 30,000 sell.
Right.
You have 4,000 still in your shop.
That's not printed.
Okay, that's not printed.
Correct.
So nobody
I don't
wins
have
then.
nothing in my office.
So you don't have nothing because
No.
you can't win.
No, Puerto Rico lottery is the only lottery that I know that the government, the Department of Revenue, the government purchases all the tickets that are not sold. Try implementing that in the Virgin Islands. We also have a crime and corruption and stuff. We'll think the first thing I said, oh, we ain't winning, but the government winning. We got to be careful, gentlemen and ladies, with the thought process that we keep putting out into the community. Back to the $500,000. Multi-million, Mega Million, and Powerball are consortiums. All the states within the consortium pays a certain amount of money as members to maintain those dollars. So the growth in what you see, the more they sell, the more they make. Yes. And the more that it goes up here in the territory. We sell Mega Million and Powerball. We see in those reports that generally more people run to the supermarket to buy because the prices are bigger. But those numbers, those dollars are protected. Yes. We don't have the capacity in the Virgin Islands.
I'm going to go to Senator Gittins for his point of information, and then Senator Franklin Johnson. He's been waiting patiently for his 8 minutes. Senator Gittins?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just agreeing with the previous speaker because, while it might not necessarily, they might not necessarily want a rollover, it doesn't have to actually double. But that next drawing, it should be increased by a particular number, whatever number they want to increase it by. But it should not just remain the same 175. Thank you.
All right. Senator, I'd like to recognize. I'd like to recognize non-committee member Senator Kurt Valley. Good afternoon, Senator.
Point of information.
Point of information, I think that was Senator Novel Francis Jr. You're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Mr. Williams, Executive Director Williams, in regards to increasing the number of customers or individuals, the buyers, from the 50%, even though you insist that it maintains kind of constant, I'm sure that there is some need to increase that number so we can see more ticket sales. What do you believe it will take for us to be able to increase those numbers?
So thank you for that question, because we again, it's not for the lack of not having ideas. One of the things that we recognize here in the VI is that people don't like change. We don't adapt to change very well. We hopefully would like to see, one of the things that we'd like to do is be able to go to what is known as online or inline sales, wherein you don't have to go to a dealer to purchase a ticket. You can go on this thing to the website, scan a QR code, and purchase a ticket. That will improve on our sales. But then again, on the other side, your dealers of as many years, what happens to them?
They're losing money now.
They're losing money. So they are, you're right. So, it's not things that we haven't studied, it's not things that we haven't looked at, but the implementation has to be gradual. We can't just jump in there and do it. But of course, we would like to see our revenues improve. And so there was those opportunities that we consider all the time. In developing our marketing strategies, those are some of the things that we've talked about. So it's not for not having ideas of how to do it, but you gotta phase these things in gradually, because the majority of our dealers are on the elder side. Young people in Gen Xers or Z, whatever they be, they ain't going to no dealer to buy a ticket. Tell them they could buy it on the phone. And how do we prove that? In our second chance drawings. You buy a paper ticket, you enter your number into our system, electronically, your phone number, your name, ticket number. The people who do that, because we see the results of who are doing it, younger people. So, it's something, trust me, that we want to implement, but gradually.
Thank you, Director Williams. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing listening audience, and testifier. Good afternoon, Director Williams. How are you doing?
You know how I'm doing, taking it slow.
You've had better days, right?
This is one of the better days, sure.
I want to start off by talking about print on demand, because I had an experience going into the office last week, which wasn't a good experience for me. Because print on demand, I end up going there to check some tickets when all the dealers coming in to get the tickets. And for me, that was haywire. I didn't even know who or who. 3 people to 2 windows, sometimes 4 people. I just get up and I walk out. Because it wasn't what my wife probably getting a terminal. So I think that's something you might need to look into as to how to work that out, especially when the dealers them are coming for their ticket. Everybody want to buy the ticket, but when somebody comes to check a ticket and the reason I only went there is because of how the drawings them fell off. So I didn't want to take up a scheme and look at the wrong scheme, not knowing that this scheme is for this drawing. So I know this whole cyber attack set a lot of things and show a lot of pace, but I think buy on demand is good, but print on demand is good, but Lord, it's a mess on that day, especially when you find 6-7 dealers walking in at the same point. So I think that's something I would ask that you look into to try to help the folks who wants to come and check the ticket in the office. It didn't go well for me at all. With this cybersecurity, I understand you said that no money lost. Well, as far as lost, they didn't get to tamper with none of your banking account, checking account, or payments that was going out to your vendors or anything. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Good. then I continue listening. I've been here very attentively listening, and you keep repeating something that I am not catching, and I think I'm catching it, but I'm not sure, and my colleagues are not catching. Because everyone talk about the ball drop. You continuously repeating that all of those states have the same system that you have, but somehow or the other they do a televised ball drop. I need for you to try to explain that and clarify that for me, please.
So in most states, it's a synonymous process, meaning that the random number generator, the algorithm, spits out the numbers. Those numbers pop up in the series, in the air blowers, whether it's tree numbers, whether it's pick 3, pick 4, pick 5. And then let's get it clear that only Puerto Rico and the VI has this paper sheet of ticket. All states, you go in a queue to any states, you go in the supermarket, grocery store, wherever, and you purchase those tickets. So the paper that we use or generate is different. The integrity is the same, however. Like I said, we do have, because we invested in the software that would show when the drawing is completed, the numbers that won in succession, first prize, second prize. You can come into my office any day on the day of the drawing, shortly thereafter, and you'll see that. We have the technology. The problem is that being able to publicize it, we started the process with WTGX, like I said, because of change of personnel and different things taking place. We just haven't been able to complete that. One of the senators suggested using public broadcast, government access rather. Those are things that we have had discussions on. It's just a matter of making it a reality. But still, at the end of the day, we've had dealers come in, done it at Emancipation Garden, we've done it in the office. We've had dealers come in to stand there to look, and they're standing there dumbfounded, because what are you looking at? Is a computer, bottom line, going through an algorithm that draws out all the winning prizes. We only publicize the top 5, generally. You can determine if you won by going on this device or a computer, anything electronic, and bring up winusvilottery.com. Go to Did I Win, like every state does, and it'll tell you if you won. Our community, like paper, we want to give me a scheme. I've seen a lady take 10 copies of a scheme one day. I was leaving the office, she run up, I need to get 10 copies. She watched one, she didn't say her price, but she threw everything in the garbage. It's a waste of paper, you know? So in marketing, in our promotions, we try to get our players to utilize the electronic format that's available to see if you won. Because in your experience, for example, Lord have mercy, yes, I know what you mean. Because when the dealer them come in, they want cash the fatty ticket and then take that money, turn it around to buy new tickets. Although we tell them, fill out the requisition before you come up, have your money ready, they ain't in that with you. They telling you, we're gonna do that, yeah, but you need to cash this first. So you, the customer, who only want to come and give you $20 or even turn around and buy a new ticket, you sit down there. We've looked at isolating a specific cashier to do that, but only 5 of you come in to do that on a daily basis versus the 30 or 40 dealers that are sitting outside my office at 6 o'clock in the morning waiting to get into the queue. We even invested in, if you've been to the lab in St. Croix, clinical lab and something else, when you walk in, you pull a number. We have that same system. Yesterday morning, I was in the office, and we normally let the dealers come in and sit down. I see who's been there for second and third. By the time I go back out, yesterday, throughout the day, what do I call it?
True.
Throughout the day, meaning that the numbers that every dealer 105 owns, and he sells them, those numbers go available for sale to anyone.
1
I
minute.
saw the dealers come in. I know who been 1, 2, 3, and 4. By the time I went back in the lobby a half hour later, 20 of them in there. And I can stay from my office and hear them cussing each other because Avery been number 1. Ray William Fonseca been number 2. But Frankie Johnson coming 10 minutes later, I want to tell Fonseca Williams and Avery Lewis, I've been there before you, big argument. We have enforcement that has to deal with that. Sometimes you got to put people out. So, my point is, let's try to utilize the electronic mechanism, and this is our marketing pitch to check the ticket. Don't come to the office to check it. Don't wait for the scheme. Because all the prize winnings are on this same website. One thing, and I'm sorry to burn up your time, but
Sure.
any other place you go, we follow the rules. In the VI, that's
Well,
what I'm gonna say.
that's the only time I came there because, as I
Time.
said, the drawings that was thrown off based on the cyber attack. Now, I want to ask, Mr. Chairman, I kind of wrap up on this here.
Go right ahead, sir.
You spoke about the integrity, and you said in your testimony that the first time you had a cyber attack that it only affected St. Thomas, but this time it affected both islands. What have you done differently now to have some kind of security measure to make sure because it's only the matter of when. Cyber attacking will stop now. Only matter of when again. What have you put in place a mechanism to try and safeguard your system so that both places don't get attacked at the same time like this?
So we have multiple authentication factors that anybody within our staff has to utilize to access certain things. We have other security. I can't give you details because the same people I'm still listening and they just wait. Oh, that's what they're doing. Okay, let me get around that. But there's backups is the biggest thing. You have to have backups, all types of backup, so that if they hit 5 of 10, you can still come the next day and bring it back up. The thing is that what we experienced the second time is that we had to rebuild software from scratch. And that is a timely concept. So, God forbid, I pray not that it happens, but hopefully by the time we're functional at 100%, we'll hopefully be able to not have to go through step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but go through step 1 and 10, and we're good to go. That's the goal.
And I know that a lot of your dealers, some of them, that's a full-time job. So I would imagine they went through some hardship. Was there, and we can't always say everything for free, but what was there any kind of assistance you could have give to them? Because I know some of them, that's their full-time job for that length of time, not having any tickets to sell. What was there any way you could assist any of them?
No, because our dealers are independent entrepreneurs. Yeah. They're not part of our government system, so they could not get unemployment insurance. Okay. So the only thing that I guess that I've been saying to somebody, you gotta always save for a rainy day. It's not ever our goal or our objective to get a cyber attack, but they would have to look at trying to save something somehow or look at other employment opportunities.
Just a little big tip to Charles. Sometimes you could give them a voucher.
We do.
Don't have to be $100 voucher.
We do.
Because they went through some hardship, and maybe a $50 voucher might help them to get something from the store. Approximately how much dealers do you have on each island?
We have a total of about 230, and it's basically split evenly between the two islands right now.
And back to your voucher, we give our dealers vouchers, I think at Thanksgiving.
Thanks,
that's why I brought that up.
Yeah.
At a time like that cyber attack, a voucher would have been a good assistance or relief to encourage them, because if this is the only source of income, you could imagine what some of them went through. I thank you for your testimony. I thank you for trying to ensure and get folks back to buying the VI lottery, because I know of a dealer for sure that completely stopped after he went to this computerized thing, and he stopped. When I ain't asking you, he stopped. So he said he don't want a part of this computerized thing. He wants to see that ball, and there's a few like that. but I appreciate. But I just think gotta go down the air and sell what you got to, bring back customers confident in the lottery and hopefully to go beyond that 50% because as you say, everybody win and the concept when you say it, people don't understand it. But I think you gave a good leadway to this saying where the money goes. It goes to education, it goes to human softs, it goes to GRS. These type of things is when you say everybody's a winner, some people don't grasp that. They only grasp, well, me win my ticket, I lost. They're a winner once the purchase because that investment goes a long way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, for that, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Director Williams, real quick. We switch in stenographer. Director Williams, put your name and title on the record, please.
Raymond J. Williams. J stands for greatness. No, G stands for greatness. That's a joke. I gotta make light moments right about now. Forgive me.
Ms. Proctor, put your name and title on the record for me.
Charlene Proctor, Deputy Executive Director.
If I got playing to catch you.
I know. We're going now. Director, how many enforcement officers do you have?
We have currently on St. Thomas two on St. Croix. We're looking for a chief out of the District of St. Croix. We're budgeted for an additional enforcement officer on St. Thomas as well.
All right. Recently, or in the last year or two, how many citations or fines or anything have been done?
I don't have a number handy here, but I know that they've been very, I won't use the word busy, especially dealing with citations, not lottery, quote unquote citations, but people being disobedient and stuff like that. So, the thing about it is you got to train up before you can enforce, and you got to make sure, because I don't want my enforcement team going out there and being reckless and costing me more money for lawsuits and stuff like that. So
no problem.
Yeah.
Director, tell me something. Within the last 2 years, what's new? Games or anything new has came to lottery?
The new games through Caribbean Lotteries Services Inc. The Quinella tried them illegal games. So we put those same games into play legally. So the thing about it is marketing and getting people to appreciate that. Stop buying them people thing from Santo Domingo and New York and all those places. Put your money in your own thing. And another part of the problem is that nobody wants to pay taxes, but they want better services.
Support your own. Good. Point of information.
Point that make me miss my plane.
No, you're going to go now. Senator Novel Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, Director Williams, how many? What's the frequency of the lottery drawings at this time?
So this draw that took place today, from the next drawing, we have to go back to the commission to get authorization to amend the schedule. So we should be back on track on 10/50, correct?
Correct.
Drawing 10/50.
That would be what, twice a month, every two?
Yeah, more or less, yeah. Mm-hmm. And we are going to do an EX drawing in August.
Twice a month.
Twice a month.
Twice a month, yeah. And prior to the attack, how much first prize winners have we seen for the last year or so?
I don't have a number on that, and it varies. I know since we did 1048, I believe 1048, almost all, maybe with the exception of one of the top 5 prizes sold. On that's 1047. 1048, I think 3 out of the 5 top prizes sold. Today, I think 2 or 3 out of them. 3 out of the top 5 prizes sold.
I hope dealer 105.
All right. Thank you.
Senator Gittinger, recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. 2 quick ones. Are you willing to increase the rollover drawings at least by $75,000 to make it $250,000? Are you willing to at least have a discussion with the board about that increase?
What I'll say to that is that I spoke to you all earlier about the actuarial study we did. It's not I'm just pulling a number out of the air. There's a whole bunch of components that goes into those determinations. Because even if we were to do that, it doesn't justify or guarantee somebody is going to win.
So I know you got a flight. I know you got a flight to catch.
And I'm gonna sit, Kelly.
I'm only asking you if you're willing to have a discussion with your board about that.
Absolutely.
You don't have to.
Yeah, we've done it before, and I'm willing to do it again. Yes.
Okay, good. And the last question is whether or not you announce the island district of where your first prize winner, second prize, third prize, fourth prize, fifth prize winners, the top prize is where, what island district that they were won on?
No, we don't. It creates
You don't?
anarchy, simply put. Because if you, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, playing the same 5 tickets, you're losing. If I said every drawing that the first prize played on St. Thomas, St. Croix, I say, well, how come they ain't playing over here? It's unfair. It's a difficult thing to do because there's never any upside to it. Because even going as far as saying who won, they do that across the varying states. We want to do that here. Kenny Gittins win. They come in to look for Kenny Gittins for the $20. So those are the reasons
That's
we
what I
don't do
didn't
it.
ask you about who win. I was just asking about the island district because I believe that too could, I mean, they have an upside, they have a downside, but I believe the upside is that more people will be amenable to play.
Our history doesn't reflect that at all.
All right.
At all. And I don't want to go on the record to say why specifically.
Don't come with the data, but okay, thank you. Have a safe flight.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, Director Williams, and Ms. Proctor. I really thank you all for coming here today and providing us and updating, not us alone, but updating the community. Mr. Williams, I'll tell you, really work diligent and hard to fill those positions, especially the IT and your PR person. I think that's really critical for your entity, especially that PR person, getting it out there. Thank you for always answering my calls and, following through. I really do appreciate that. I'll give you 60 seconds to close out for today's hearing.
I just want to reiterate several things that public perception, we get it, we hear it, we see it, we experience it, but our revenues consistently show that people are playing the lottery, contrary to what 5 people say, okay? We do listen to our people. It is important that we listen to our people. Lottery, unlike probably almost any other government entity, generates its own revenue. We get $1 from here. So we gotta listen to what everybody says. And I just want to thank my employees, I want to thank my dealers and the customers and ask them to continue to keep the faith in the VI lottery because our legacy is almost 90 years old. It ain't survived that long from 1 or 2 or 3 naysayers. So I'm gonna say again, Senator Fonseca Williams, when you play the VI lottery, everybody wins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'd like to thank all the testifiers from earlier today, Ms. Melissa Smith of the Taxi Cab Commission. I'd like to thank Director Williams and Ms. Proctor for being here today, giving us, sharing with us all the information that's going on in your agency. I'd like to thank the committee members. Thank you very much, committee members, non-committee members. I'd like to thank all the supporting staff. I'd like to thank Mr. Fleming publicly, Agent Fleming here for a wonderful job. I'd like to thank media, the legislative reporters. I'd also like to thank my wonderful staffs and central staff for providing all this additional support for today's meeting and making it such a wonderful meeting. I think we got a wealth of information today. There being no further business to come before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Everybody have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe, stay dry.